Hansard, everyone good? Yep, all right. Thank you. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on the operation of the capital gains tax discount. Start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. These are via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference to please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. I now welcome Mr Bill Kelty. I understand, Mr Kelty, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
William John Kelty, as an individual.
Thank you. If you would like to make an opening statement, I now invite you to do so, and at the conclusion of that, committee members will have some questions for you.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to be here. Let me make a declaration at the start. I'm perhaps one of the few people you've seen in public life who spent 30 years working for the trade unions, another 26 years working for Lindsay Fox, one of the richest people in Australia, one of the great entrepreneurs, but has never changed the political value. Never changed the fundamental things they believe in. I come here invested in the Australian model. I come here believing that this country established a model for its regulation, its aspirations of people, which was constructed out of the political contest for a very long time. And I believe in that model. And I don't just say it rhetorically. I say it having been working with some very significant Liberal Party people, working with Ian Sinclair on regional Australia and never having a cross word with him. Having Ian McPhee, not just as a friend, but a lifetime friend, a former Liberal Party member. When Sarah Hanson-Young, people thought she was going to lose, I was happy to join in a campaign to support her. In fact, launched that campaign. And when people give Josh Frydenberg a hard time, I say this country should always remember, at a point of incredible weakness and uncertainty, he was incredibly generous in the spirit of this country. So I don't come here in some rhetorical way to say that I just believe in it. I do believe in it. But you do know this. I've been a member of the Labor Party for 62 years. I've been handing out header votes for the Labor Party since I was 14. At local elections, state elections and federal elections, and I've missed one. Just one. So I am a Labor Party person. So I come here to advocate, not for Lindsay Fox, not for Hill's children, not for me, and not for my children. Rich people are comfortable. They live in a tax system which is very, very comfortable. People like me live in a tax system which is incredibly comfortable. I'm not here to advocate for one extra concession for people like me, for people like Lindsay Fox. I'm here to advocate for young people. And you say, well, I'm here to advocate. I've given you a document. And in that document, I've tried to set out my reasons and set out some of the facts. But I'd like you to go to tab 4. So you asked me why I'm here. I tried to look at a person, a young person, not necessarily a young person, but for this instance, a young person earning $80,000 a year. I earn $80,000 a year. It's not a pathetic income. But out of that $80,000, I pay $15,000. That's a slight exaggeration. You pay $14,700. I pay the levy, 2%. I pay GST. I'm not sure of the GST because it's based on expenditure, $3,000, $8,000. People tell me I've got to be in private health insurance, $1,500 to $2,000. I've got to pay HEX. I started to pay HEX now at $80,000, subject to a couple of things. That's $2,000. I pay rent at $25,000 to $30,000. That's not even the median rent. That's not even the median rent in this country. And I pay for utilities $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. So I'm on $80,000. I might have $16,000 left. $16,000 left, $28,000. You know, I struggle to live after paying all those bills. I struggle to live. And what is my effective marginal tax? What is, when I get the next $10,000, what is my effective marginal tax? Well, I paid the 30%, I paid the 2%, I pay another 4 to 10% in terms of the GST. I pay in terms of HEX now 15% on the net income, another 15%. People tell me I've got to be in health insurance. I wasn't in it before, I'm in it now, another 2%. My effective marginal tax is 48 to 60%. I'm a young person. My effective marginal tax, the additional $10,000 I get, is 48 to 60%. So you asked me the two questions. Is this fair? Is this capital gains tax discount fair? Well, if I'm paying tax at 23% and I'm rich, they're hardly fair compared with a young person paying an effective total marginal tax rate of 48 to 60%. That's not fair. It is simply not fair. If you ask me, is it fair in terms of indexation? Well, the 50% discount, in terms of its equivalent, we set a target for this nation of 2 to 3% inflation. But at 2%, for almost 21 years, I'm better off with the 50%. At 2%. Inflation target 2%, for almost 21 years, I'm better off. At 3%, for almost 14 years, I'm better off. So you ask me, is it fair? When that young person to whom I've just talked about, on $80,000, well, what's happened to them? Well, what's happened to them is that they did get a tax cut. You know, they got a cost of living tax cut. And it took a lot of effort to get the cost of living tax cut. But if you go to what it is, and I take you to that, take you down on tab 5, in 2021, I was paying $8,887 tax. I'm now paying $12,000. That is, if you index it and say it's gone up by 20%, my tax has actually gone up greater than the equivalent. I'm paying more tax. That's even with the cost of living tax cut. I'm actually paying more tax. And if I'm at the higher level, I'm still paying more tax because I did not get the equivalent of tax indexation. So if you ask me, is it fair compared with the tax indexation, these people didn't even get the tax indexation. So how can it be fair? But fair is not the issue here. Fair is not the issue. Reform is the issue. Changing the tax system for these people. Changing the tax system for younger people, working people, people in terms of poverty traps, and trying to create a vision and an expectation for a fairer, better tax system into the next generation, into the next 20 or 30 years. They're the key issues. They're the key issues. This is an important inquiry because it gives an opportunity to be an advocate for people who need it. It needs the Parliament of this country to say unequivocally that they're on the side of young people, not on my side. I don't need you to be on my side. I can look after myself and have looked after myself. I don't need you to look after my children. I can look after my children. I don't need you to look after Lindsay Fox's children. I don't need you to look after Lindsay Fox. I need you to be on the side of young people in this position. I need the Parliament of this country unequivocally to stand up and say they're on the side of young people, because that is the source of the frustration. That is the source of the antipathy. That is the source of the alienation, because young people do not believe you're on their side. And where do they go? They go where they always go. They go to extremity. They go to parties of hate. They go to the parties of division. And it is not just a bad thing for the Liberal Party. It's actually a bad thing for this country. It's a very bad thing for this country. And it begins here when people stand up for young people, stand up to reform the system.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kelty. Can we take, if we want Mr. Kelty, can I just be clear that the papers that you've provided to the committee and that you referred to, are you happy for those to be tabled as public documents? Yep. All right. So we'll accept those. Thanks very much. Mr. Kelty, I've got a few questions for you, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well. Could I start? I mean, you've made an impassioned case in your opening statement that the tax system is biased against young people and working people. And if you think that's an unfair characterisation, obviously I invite you to correct me. But in terms of intergenerational equity in young people, about 4% of the value or the benefit of the capital gains tax discount goes to people under 35, so just 4%, while around 75% of it goes to people over 50. So it's very biased in favour of older people in terms of the percentage of the benefit that they get, and very biased in terms of the very small proportion of the benefit that goes to young people. Can I just ask you firstly what your reflections are on those numbers, and secondly whether reining in the capital gains tax discount might assist in that intergenerational inequity that you referred to in your opening statement?
I don't think it's surprising. I mean, why would you be surprised that capital gains tax discount favours people who've got capital? I mean, people who are likely to get capital are those who are older and accrued capital. Therefore, there should be nothing absolutely surprising about it. So I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody. I do think that people got to look at not just a snapshot in time, but you've got to look at what life is about. And people go through various stages of life. So I'm not surprised at that at all. Will it do anything? It does nothing. Just remember, it does nothing. If you increase the capital gains tax, reduce the discount, but you don't address a reform, what does it do? Now, what does it really do? You've got to address the reform. You've got to address these people. I've just got another tax. I've got another tax increase. But it's not for this. It's not addressing one of those four things. Well, what is it for? To increase expenditure, to spend money on AUKUS, is it? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not that keen on that idea. No. For your party to continue to support sending me, getting me to ring up, people to ring me up and give me free door things, stops and bloody LED lighting and discounts on solar power, I'm not so sure about that either. The nub of the problem is the tax system for young people. You've got to fix that first. If it is used for that, of course it's reform. But it's just used for expenditure. It is that. Now, it may be a good thing to do. People who like AUKUS might think it's a very good thing to. And if I want to tax people for AUKUS, I think it's not a bad idea. Let's tax the rich for AUKUS, don't tax the poor. So I don't think by itself it's meaningful. I think ad hoc changes that end up nowhere are not meaningful. Nick, the real issue is this. We sit here, we're involved in change, involved in political decisions. But just remember, every one of those things, every one of those were political decisions. Political decision not to have indexation, political decision to have the GST, a political decision to have HEX. Every one of those were political decisions which impact upon people and impact upon those young people. So an ad hoc tax is just an ad hoc tax. But in the context of reform for young people, it's got to be part of addressing their concerns. If I can't pay the bills next week, I'm a young person who has to go to the secondary loan and say, do you feel better because the government has actually reduced the capital gains discount? They say, well, it makes no difference to me. I still can't pay the bills. I still got to get into the secondary lending market. I still have to pay 14% or 15 or 21% to pay the bill, thank you.
Mr. Gilder, you said in your summary that you provided to the committee, which has now been tabled, that it's almost impossible to justify such a high discount. Can I be clear? Can I ask you to be clear with the committee? If it were part of a broader reform that was aimed at addressing some of the challenges that you've raised in relation to young people, would you support reining in the capital gains tax discount?
Well, I said the capital gains discount as it stands now cannot be justified in terms of fairness. When young people are facing... How can it be fair when young people are paying up to 50, 60% marginal tax? How can that be fair? It cannot be fair. Can it be fair when young people's taxes are not indexed, so working people's taxes are not indexed, but you're getting an advantage with a discount for almost 20 years better than indexation, 20 years better than it, not the same as indexation, but for 20 years better than indexation at 2% and almost 14%. It cannot be fair. But is it reform? No. It is reform when you put it in terms of a different system. See, I think the gap is too great. See, I'm Paul Keating and I, we might be the only two Australians who actually believe that the top marginal tax rate is too great for aspirations for this country because it creates another industry. It creates the industry of avoidance. It is not there to be paid, it is there to be avoided. People go out of their way to avoid it. I mean, actually, I go out of my way to avoid it. So I think most members of Parliament go out of their way to avoid it. It is not there for payment, it is there for avoidance. So if you want a better tax system for an aspirational Australia, it's better to reduce the margin. Make people make decisions based on the economic reality of the decision, not the tax advantage of the decision. And I actually think it's a better nation. I think they're better beacons. I think they're better indicators for how an economy could work. As I tried to say in the submission, when Keating reformed the tax system and reduced it from 60 to 47, that was the aspiration, to make it an effective tax system. This is not an effective tax system for payment, this is an effective tax system for avoidance. For avoidance. And that's a bad thing. When you make the gap so small as to be irrelevant or justified, there's no purpose in it. There's no purpose in it.
Last question from me, and then I'll throw to my colleagues. But like we've got a tax system now where if you go to work as a cleaner or a bartender or a plumber or whatever else it is, you're paying about double the tax effectively compared to someone who makes the same amount of money by sitting behind a desk flipping investment properties for a living. You've spoken about the relativities between the tax that working people pay and the tax that the effective tax rates that that people who rely on capital for income pay. What do you think it says about our tax system in this country that's the case, that you go to work and you're basically paying double the tax rate to someone who's making the same amount of money by investing capital?
I'm not sure that's entirely true. Depends on the income levels.
It does. Well, on the average wage, that would be true.
So, well, it's an obscenity, really. Obscenity. And societies can't operate this way without creating injustices and without creating imperfections and without creating, I think, huge fiscal and economic problems for the nation. Report after report will say it's not fair that working people just pay more and more of the tax burden. And that's what's happening. Those cleaners, those people who are baristas, those working Australians are paying more and more of the tax burden. But remember, they're paying more and more of the tax burden because paying more and more of the increased expenditure, some of which I think you have to justify. Like if a country decides to go down AUKUS, then, well, somebody pays for it, you see. Somebody pays for it. Now, if that's the nation's decision, that's fine. But don't ask disproportionately young people to pay for it. Don't ask disproportionately. See, I'm not going to pay anything for AUKUS. Next year I retire. Next financial, I retire. You know what I pay? I don't pay anything for AUKUS. I pay nothing for it. Who pays for it? Young people are going to pay for it. I might vote for it or vote against it, but young people will pay for it. They will pay through it in their working life. They are the people who will pay for this. When expenditure rises from 23 to 27% of GDP, who pays for this? Increasingly, working people pay for it. They're the ones who are lumbered in this system.
Thanks. A final question from me. You've talked about how unfair the system is for young people. Have you got any reflections on the superannuation system in that context that you'd like to share with the committee?
Well, I was looking forward to having a discussion with a couple of your compatriots. There are those who say that the tax concessions for super are too great. And there's an argument for saying that the tax concessions for some are too great for the higher end. Not for most people. Not for most people. There's an argument to say that young people should be given the opportunity to buy a home out of their superannuation. And I'll just say this. In 1993, the Labor Party went to the electorate with that policy. The Labor Party. And with agreement of us. Agreement of the ACTU then, agreement with me, agreement with all the union leaders. So when people run that argument, I don't jump up and down and say it's a terrible argument, because we had that argument. We put it as part of a policy. But we put it, Labor Party won the election. People didn't expect the Labor Party to win the election, but they did win the election. But when we reviewed it after the election, we said, what is all this policy about? This is saying to young people in super, who've got super, they can take some of their money out and buy a house. It was tempting. It was a policy. Well, we looked at it. We had the highest interest rates margins in the world. The highest interest rate margins in the world. So what were we doing? Avoiding the issue. So what did we do? We abandoned the policy. We said it's a wrong policy. The right policy is to look at the causes. We have the highest rate of bank margins in the world and really high interest rates, so why don't we concentrate on that problem? And so with the aid of securitisation, entering the world market, with more competition for the banks, getting interest rates lower, we reduce the cost, enabling young people to buy a home with lower interest rates, because that was the problem. And today, it is not super which is the problem. It's almost cruel to say to young people, work, work, work. We give you nothing. The one thing, the hope you have in life, the one hope you have in life is when you reach 60, you're actually going to have a decent capacity. The one thing they have got is superannuation. That's the one thing they have for their future. It is not the tax system. The tax system gives them nothing. The thing that gives them opportunity is for their retirement is superannuation. So we're going to rip that away from you to fund a public policy weakness. This is a fundamental public policy weakness. Housing industry, the banking industry. So we're going to ask young people, again, to fund a public policy weakness. The public policy weakness is two things. First of all, we need to just build more homes. It is supply. We just need to build more homes. Every time somebody comes along with some half-witted proposition to increase the demand for homes and provide some relief, it only sends the price up. The fundamental problem is a lack of supply. You can only cure that, strangely enough, by building more homes. It is, you may think it's an incredibly difficult economic proposition that's beyond the wit of humankind to understand this basic proposition, but that's the way you cure the problem. Build more homes for young people. Build more homes like other societies have done. That's the problem. Now, the other problem, of course, is that has been a fundamental problem in terms of the finance sector. Now, I don't come here to bash big banks, mate. I gave up doing that when I was 15 or 16, when it was a nice, popular thing to do. So I'm not into the industry of bashing big banks. But as I tried to say in that submission, this country made a choice. Following COVID, it made a choice. It made a choice to give a premium over security and competition. So the big banks would charge 0.7% for the government guarantee, smaller banks 1.2%. That almost wrote off smaller banks' competitive position, but you understood it. It was a vote for security, not competition. At the same time, the country said it's okay for St George and Bank West to merge with bigger banks. Okay. So we voted for security and we voted for economies of scale against competition, and we created within those banks, bigger economic rent. And what's the consequence of that? Along came a Royal Commission, good-minded but dull-witted, came along and said, you know what the problem with these banks are? They're lending money to poor people. They're lending money to small business at too great a risk. So stop doing it. So today, if you're a Lindsay Fox today, you couldn't get a loan in today's banking system. If you're my sister who worked for almost 60 years, had 4 days off an entire life, a single woman, on the incomes today, couldn't get a bank loan today. Could not get a bank loan today because the finance system closes up and forces those people into the secondary finance market. So small businesses trying to survive with 15% loans. Young people can't get access to homes. So the government comes in and says there's a fundamental weakness here, and we'll try to help. They created the weakness. Now they're trying to help people. That is the problem here. That is the problem here. And who are the victims? Always nearly the same people are the victims. Young people can't get a loan. They can't get into the system. Small business, trying to run a company, establish a company, can't get a loan of 7% or 8%. They're trying to get loans of 15%. These are bad things, Nick. This is public policy causing this. It's not about the banks. You know, the banks may be bad or good as to behaviour sometimes, but it's easy just to kick them. Now, the argument then is relevant to the consideration you have here as to fairness and equity and effectiveness. See, I own a lot of bank shares. Now, for good or bad, I have accumulated a lot of these major bank shares. I got $300,000 or $400,000 in these major bank shares. So where does that economic rent go to? It goes partly to the government in tax, but it partly comes to me. You see, I get some of this in higher dividends. So I get $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year economic rent back to me. And I pay, if I sell the shares, I pay 1/2 my marginal tax rate. How much does a young person get of that economic rent? Do they get 27 cents? Do they get 40 cents? They get nothing. So you ask why the system is not fair. You ask why the system is not working. It is not working for those reasons. It is not working for those reasons. It is unfair on small business. It is unfair on young people. So that's why I'm the advocate of reform. That's why I don't believe in just doing an ad hoc change here and there means much. That's why I say face up to tax reform, look young people in the face and say, you know what? I'm on your side. Read my lips. I am on your side in your life to make your life better.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Kelty, for your evidence so far. I think you've painted a canvas of an issue with labour versus capital, but also that intergenerational piece, and you've sort of pinned it on policy settings. But to what extent do you think some of these are also just exogenous or demographic factors as well? Because if you look around the world, we see younger generations have a much smaller share of wealth in most of the developed world. So, and you've seen, I think, since the 1970s, inflation's averaged over 5% in most of the developed world too. So it's versus capital has accelerated, wages haven't. So that's sort of an effect that's across most of the developed world. So to what extent is it policy settings versus broader demographic factors that are at play?
Look, my argument's not against labour versus capital. My argument's not that. I sort of tried to say in the paper that, you know, my mum gave me 3 volumes of Das Kapital when I was 14. I looked through it. I struggled as hard as I could. I tried to make my mum happy. She's very close to the Communist Party, so I tried desperately to make her happy, read these 3 volumes. And I don't come here saying, look, as a 14-year-old, I could understand all what Marx was saying. I didn't. But what I couldn't understand about Marx in the final analysis was this. I couldn't understand why there was an inherent conflict necessarily between people who owned factories and people who worked in them. Because workers needed factories. They needed those jobs, and the factory owners needed workers' jobs. I knew there weren't too many Robert Owens about the place. I knew there weren't too many Cadburys about the place. But at the end, I wasn't convinced that what was necessary is for wages to rise in line with profit, capital investment to keep people's jobs. So I gave that away a long time ago. So I never believed in the inherent contradiction. What I also believed, that there wasn't too many Robert Owens. There weren't too many Cadburys, so you had to fight. Working people had to fight to improve their positions. So that's where I've always stood. Now you say it is true internationally. It is actually true internationally, but not necessarily has to be true in Australia. See, it's also true in the United States that the living standards of American workers haven't changed for 50 years. It's true that more American workers are closer to the edge than they have been in the richest country on earth. But it's also true in the United States that a considerable number of working people have shifted from the left to the right. They've shifted to somebody who gives them hope. They've shifted from despair to somebody who gives them hope. And that's what happens. And it's happening in almost every one of those nations to which you described. Every one of those nations. So you tell me it is international and it's inevitable. I don't accept it. And I've never accepted the inevitability of this. I've always said this country is a small nation, an incredibly fortuitous position, who can determine its own position to at least some extent, can put up its hand for the highest minimum wage rate structure in the world, Richard, as you know. We have the highest minimum wage structure in the world. We have one of the best superannuation system in the world. We have better Medicare, and we've had incredible improvements in living standards. Now, I'll just tell you this. Recently, I had lunch. It was actually the start of last year. I had lunch with my old mates in the ACTU. They were all members of the Communist Party in the 1960s. All card-carrying members, flag-waving members, banner members of the Communist Party. Very good people. We sat there and said, "How are you going?" And they said, "Great. Just been to Italy. Had 2 weeks in Italy. Went to Tuscany. It's a great place, Tuscany, for social reformers and revolutionaries. Every revolutionary should go to Bologna and Tuscany. The wine is fantastic. The living standards are wonderful." So back from Bologna, back from Tuscany tour, as every revolutionary does, of course. Every revolutionary does. And I was sitting there, and I said, "How are you going?" They said, "Oh, good. I just went to the hospital, had a hip replacement." "Great. How much it cost you?" "Oh, it wasn't much at all. A bit of a waiting list, not much at all." So how are things going? Got 600,000 still in super. Not bad. Have to draw down a bit of it, Not bad. And I said, "Well, what about your house? Your house must be worth 2 million. 2 million? No, 3.5 million. 3.5 million. These are the richest revolutionaries in the history of the world almost, sitting around talking. So don't ever get me about this country and what it has produced. And I'm not worried about them. I'm not here to worry about them. I'm not here to say the rest of the world's this difficult position, we're all in it. We're not all in it. We don't have to do what every other nation does. And that's what we said in the 1890s. We don't have to do what the rest of the world tells us to do. We can actually do things ourselves. And it's not a revolutionary view. Of course we're impacted by the world. Of course this is happening. But there's no reason this country should not have its best safety net for healthcare. There's no reason we can't have high minimum wages. No reason we can't have a decent tax system for young people. That's the start.
So, I mean, you would have been part of the reform process, both when the CGT discount was introduced, I think, in 1985, and then it was reformed again in 1999. Do you see that rationale for why you wouldn't tax notional gains at all?
Well, we had no involvement in the 1999 changes. Get us clear. We had zero, nothing, not even one single word. So we had nothing to do with that. We had a lot to do with the reforms of Keating government. And when I say we had a lot of reforms, Keating came along and he said to the ACTU, "We think capital gains should be taxed." Capital gains weren't taxed. Up to then, capital gains weren't taxed. So we said, "That sounds a good idea." And he said, "Well, we've got this group of eminent people come along, David Morgan, and you're going to have some of them here, Ken Henry and Bernie," and they said they should tax it on the basis of real gains. And there it is, put it in the document. We looked at it and said, "Yeah, we agree with that." So that was our contribution. We don't pretend more than that. It wasn't taxed. See, people forget it was a terrible tax system before. It wasn't taxed. And it reallocated all the resources, but more than did that, it actually reallocates power and affects the way companies are operating. Because it enables you to accumulate money in a business and accumulate power in a business because you're operating on the basis of no capital gains. You're not accountable to shareholders. You don't have to worry about shareholders. Don't worry about the dividends. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about anything. It's all in the share price. It was a terrible system. So I'm all in favour of capital gains. Absolutely. Did we have a contribution? We said yes. That's all we said, yes. I don't want to come here, so we sat down and negotiated. Our job was to negotiate for working people. My job was to sit down and say about working people, we want working people's living standards to be improved and we want some big changes made.
Your last final question.
Yeah. So I think to sort of summarise your position, it's much more about the effective marginal tax rates at play for working people than it is for a capital gains discount as such.
Well, I think it's more than just I think my essential concern is what you've described. I think the effective marginal tax rate for young people is cruel. I think it is cruel. I think it is unfair. I think it is a terrible thing to do to a generation because it actually not do anything for my children because I'm going to pay them. I'm not going to do for Lindsay's children. They're going to pay them. Anybody who's got wealth or accumulated wealth, they're going to pay them. So it's not even for young people. It is for those people who haven't got access to that. And they are being asked to carry a load which by historical standards is cruel. Imposed by us. Not just cruel, but imposed by us. Every one of those things imposed by us. Goods, the GST, the lack of tax indexation, HECS, every one of them. The privatisation which leads to higher prices for utilities. The lack of effective financial controls in terms of the finance sector leading to higher rents. Every one of those are part of the collective decision making of the past generation. Every one of those decisions. They're not made by those people, but they're made for those people. And all I say is that is the most important thing. Reform the tax system. Please, this country, reform the tax system. Reform it for young people. Reform it for working class people who have to pay the additional tax, who can't carry this burden of the increasing expenditure. You can't increase the GDP expenditure from 23% to 28% and then ask working people to pay for it all. You just can't do that. It only means that their living standards fall. Now, if you want one test, when you look at the budget, when you get the budget, go to the last page. Go to the last page and look at what will be the position of a working class person in year 2030. And if their living standard in 2030 is the same as what it was in 2010, then ask yourself why. Why for 20 years has a working class person not been able to increase his living standards in gross terms? Then ask it in terms of net terms. In 2030, look at what they get, compare with 2010, and if their living standards are lower than they were in 2010, ask why. Then ask yourself why in that 2 decades in which there's been an incredible increase in the resource and income capacity of this nation, why is it so? Why is it young people are in this position? Why is it working people are in this position and face up to the issues? You've got an NDIS, which is a wonderful scheme, unfundable. You've got a tax policy which you decided to impose upon cigarettes, which is a great policy, But it's like Carrie Nation. You remember Carrie Nation, the woman in Wisconsin running around with a tomahawk knocking down all the saloons? Well, replace the tomahawk with a tax system. What do you think happens when you force up the price of something, but there's a secondary market? It's now no longer not even a secondary market. I think it is a primary market. Now, I don't smoke, but a few of my relatives do. They say they go into a tobacco shop and they say to them, what would you like, the expensive cigarettes or the cheaper cigarettes? Well, most people don't need too long to think about it. They say, I think we might have the cheaper ones, thank you. And they go out of the back. That's hemorrhaging. The revenue on that is hemorrhaging. The government, with your political party leader and my political party leader, with 24 hours consideration, 24 hours consideration of one of the great economic decisions made for this nation, 24 hours, rushed it through the party to spend, what, 385 billion, perhaps $500 billion on AUKUS? Ask yourself those things. Ask yourself, India is a wonderful scheme, but it's unfundable in its current form. So how do you deal with that fundamental proposition of why Australia? And ask what the consequence is. See, ask what the consequence is. You know what? I think this may be the consequence. And it's in the last page of this document. The last page. And this is a lady which I met once. Perhaps lady is not the right term nowadays, I don't know. That's not the right phrase. But Emma Dawson says younger people are actually much more engaged, they're much more educated. Something like half of people under 30 have a bachelor's degree. They're saying this economic system has not worked for me, and so that the people are moving to one nation are primarily doing so due to economic grievance rather than cultural issues. Ask yourself that question. Ask yourself why young, intelligent, educated people are moving out of this position. Why? Because their marginal tax rates are crippling them. The tax system is cruel to them. The economic system is not working for them. Not working for them. And that's a tragedy for this nation. That's a tragedy for this nation. So, you know, I left for you what was something inspirational for me as a prologue. I left for you the words of power and glory. Now, you may know this bloke, Phil Oakes, writer, revolutionary at some stage. Phil Oakes wrote this in 1963, not long after the assassination of a president, when the United States was getting involved in a war that they found difficult to understand. And there was revolutionaries on one side and there were reformists on the other side. And here was a person who tried to say to the United States that it had a different perspective. It was a land full of power and glory, beauty the words cannot recall. Power shall rest on the strength of freedom, and glory shall rest on us all. Now that, I think, is reform, you see. Ultimately, your answer, Richard, about the rest of the world, my view has always been this. Power ultimately rests on your own responsibilities and what the democratic system produces for you. And in that, he said, the land was troubled by people who have to hate, they twist away our freedom and they twist away our fate. That is what's happening to this country. Make no bones about it. They are twisting away our freedom and they are twisting away our fate, and it's on the basis of hate. That's a terrible thing. You have a little chance here to make your mark on the history of this country. And it's not just about the capital gains reform. It's getting up and saying in unequivocal terms, not terms that people have to debate and discount and say, wonder what they are really about. So we are on the side of young people. We are on your side. And we are going into the Parliament to reform the tax system for you, to make your life better, to give you a better aspiration. That, I think, is the most important message I can leave for you. That is the most important message I can leave here.
Thanks, Mr. Security. Senator Whittaker might have a couple of questions as well.
I just have a couple. Thank you for your evidence today. It's been very, very comprehensive, and I just have a couple of questions because I think we've canvassed quite a lot this morning already. And while I understand your broader point that this is that there's much, your view is that there's much wider change that needs to happen, I do want to ask a question specifically on capital gains tax, and the capital gains tax discount replaced indexation arrangements. I'm just wondering if you can tell us briefly what your view is on that change, and to your point about the capital gains discount being unfair, in your view, was the indexation arrangements more fair?
No, so clearly fairer. I think I said that. If it's based on indexation, if it's based on indexation, that's fairer.
Yeah.
The discount changes that. And I give advantage for simplification. I don't come from the world of political purity, so I don't go to jump up and down and say these changes were bad politically. These was to the advantage of the Liberal Party, clearly, and they won elections with it, so let's not be too precious about it. But in terms of fairness, it was based on indexation. That's what it was. That's what the report was. And when you change it, then you go back to the issue I said. If it is about indexation, then at 3% inflation, it takes 14 years before the 15, at 3%. At 2%, it takes almost 21 years. So if you're talking about the indexation equivalent, to get the 50%, it took almost 21 years to get it. You can now get it after 2. So does that shift the load? Of course it shifts the load. Of course it shifts the load. With lower rates of inflation, the nation sets a target at that. So that's the cost. Of course it was fairer. But you can't talk about fairer, don't talk to me of making that fairer without saying to the young people, but your tax system is not fair.
Well, that takes me to my next question.
Yeah, but your tax system is not fair. You haven't indexed my tax system. So you want to index the capital tax system, which you think is fairer, but you haven't even indexed mine. You haven't even, and what you've said to me, you've given me the cost of living tax cut as some gift, and you give me all these other little bits here and there. You give Nick's bloody, excuse the language, you give Nick's bloody door knobs and bloody window frames and anything that adds to the environment. You give me that, but you don't give me tax indexation. You don't even give me my own tax back. You give it back and all those little things that you want to give me, but you don't give me my tax back.
Well, that probably leads quite nicely to my next and final question then, which is in one of your the documents you've provided us, you show some graphs which show the tax system getting worse for young people, has gotten worse for young people. It's on tab 6. I wonder if you could just talk, I think you've mostly answered it in that question just at the end there, but is there anything else you might like to say about the tax system getting worse for young people?
It's a terrible tax system for young people. It's not just a bad tax system, it's a terrible tax system for young people who are not on the train of dependency from their mothers and fathers. This is terrible tax system. It's great for my children. My children don't give a stuff about this tax system. Lindsay's Fox's children are completely irrelevant to them. It's irrelevant. They're having their income transferred from one generation to another. They're okay. It doesn't make any difference. But not those people who's not on that train. Ellie, not those people. And that's the advocacy here, trying to win that argument. I'm trying to win that argument in terms of people. Now, they're not my graphs. They're from the ANU, which I found interesting. Because it only confirms my old revolutionary story. You see, they all sit there, we're all rich, including me. Now, I don't come here saying I'm poor, the tax system, I want changes. Do nothing for me. Do nothing for my old revolutionary mates, mate. They don't need anything. They need nothing. Nothing. I don't need nothing. These rich people, this generation, we need nothing. We need nothing. Give it to the people who need it. Please give it to them. Please give them a better tax system, please. That's what we need to do. Now, I put that in because I think it just, in analytical terms, I think it demonstrates my argument. And it's getting worse. It's not some theoretical proposition. Because each generation is getting worse. Why? Because they are getting super, and if super's worked, they are getting homes which have increased their value. They're getting homes that increase their value. You know, they're millions of dollars, these homes. Let's look at it, millions of dollars. How do you buy $1 million home, $2 million home? Young people are not even in the race to get those. So of course it is happening. All that demonstrated was that point. And that's in the ANU. So it's not some emotional thing. I'm not here to make some emotional plea without justification. Not something that I feel. I get up in the morning and say, you know what I feel like? You know, I feel like going along and advocating for young people. I've got this little sense out there that things aren't too good for them. It's real. It is actually real. It's in the figures. It is real. Working people are paying a bigger proportion of the tax. Not theoretical. It is real. The other thing that is real is that those same people are saying to all the major parties, I'm not sure about you lot. I am not sure about you lot. I am not sure you're on our side anymore. I am not sure about that. And can we look at somebody else who might be on our side? And it's not for the racism. Don't think it is just for that. Don't label all these working class people and young people who may vote for this as being innately racist or falling for that card. They're not, I don't think. They're doing it out of insecurity, and they're doing it out of a lack of care, and they're doing it out of a lack of vision that this country gets up and says that they're not on their side. That's my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Kelty. On behalf of the committee and on behalf of the Senate, thank you very much for coming in and sharing your evidence with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
I now welcome Mr. Alan Kohler. Mr. Kohler, welcome. Thanks for your attendance today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Alan Kohler. I appear in a private capacity. I don't represent anybody, any of my employers, so I'm here entirely privately.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, if you wish, at the conclusion of which we'll have some questions for you.
Yeah, only a short statement to begin with. I'm here to convey my analysis of housing affordability and capital gains tax, not to make political points or policy recommendations. It's purely my analysis. I've been a journalist since 1970, mostly focusing on business and economics. And the last 5 or 6 years I've been writing extensively about housing affordability, including during that time writing a quarterly essay which became a book called The Great Divide, Australia's Housing Mess and How to Fix It. In sitting down to write that book, quarterly essay, I tried to figure out what had happened to housing affordability and when it happened. So I've got a couple of graphs of firstly house prices versus median incomes and house prices versus GDP. In both cases, house prices started rising at about double the rate of incomes and about double the rate of GDP in the year 2000. So I focused my sort of initial attention on what happened in the year 2000 to come, because, you know, something obviously happened. And that drew me to look at the introduction of the capital gains tax discount in September 1999. And that obviously, as we know, was designed to replace the inflation adjustment. So I kind of looked into what led to that change. Why was that introduced? And the answer was it was part of a business taxation review chaired by John Ralph and a couple of others, which was mainly about the company tax rate, but they also unbidden recommended the replacement of the inflation adjustment to capital gains tax with a simpler discount. And obviously that was adopted by the Howard government at the time. The inflation rate in that year, 1999, was 1.8%. The average time of owning a house for investors was about 7 or 8 years. So if you multiply the inflation rate of that year with the average time to own a house, you get about 13 to 15% of a reduction in the capital gains tax. So obviously 50% is 3 times what was necessary to replace the inflation adjustment. So the question was, why would they have done that? Why would they have switched from a 14 to 15% adjustment to a 50% adjustment? And it appears a large part of the answer was that they, in particular in the business tax review, they were interested in encouraging investment in shares to promote the idea of Australians becoming a nation of small capitalists, of share owners, and that would lower the corporate cost of capital and assist in productivity and so on. So that seems to be the main reason for that. The problem was that 6 months later, in March 2000, the dot-com bubble burst, and suddenly share investing became not a good idea, and everyone went off that. It wasn't so much a big deal in Australia as it was in the US, but still, share prices in Australia fell, and probably it's the case that if the if the discount of the capital gains tax was introduced 5 years earlier, maybe it had been more popular and would have actually led to people using it to buy shares rather than investment property. But in fact, what happened was that it led to people using it to invest in property as opposed to shares, because shares shares were on the nose. The other thing was that, in my view, I mean, I don't have any research on this. I don't, but it seems to me clearly obvious that most people don't really understand the CPI. To the extent, if they know what the CPI is for that year, they certainly don't know what it has been in their head during the time that they owned a property, and they can't, in their heads, do a calculation as to what that means for their capital gains tax obligations, but they understand a discount of 50%. And so, in my view, there was probably a psychological impact of the 50% discount as well, which led to, making it seem much more advantageous than it was, and it was already advantageous at 3 times that thing. I mean, even if you take the average CPI over the subsequent 8 years from 1999, that was 3.2%, right? So if you multiply that by the average time of a period of owning a house, it's still half of the capital gains, the 50% that was actually brought in. So, you know, and currently the CPI is 3.2% again. So it's still 50% is still twice what it needs to be to adjust for inflation. I just finally, the other thing is that income taxes are not adjusted for inflation, as we know. They were adjusted, the tax scales were adjusted for inflation for about 3 years in the 1970s by the Fraser government, and that was reversed partially and then fully reversed in 1982. So we have a situation where capital income is adjusted for inflation, over-adjusted for inflation. Labour income is not adjusted for inflation. And I think that sends a clear signal that capital income is preferred over labour income. And I think that's one of the foundations of inequality in Australia.
Thank you. You've spoken about the impact of the introduction of the 50% capital gains tax discount on housing affordability. Did it have an impact, in your view, on the levels of home ownership, as in the proportion of the housing stock that's owned by the people that live in it, as opposed to the proportion of the housing stock that's owned by investors?
I don't have data on that. I would say so. It's certainly the discount, 50% discount of capital gains, it seems to me clearly encouraged investing in property. It also encouraged people to have a lower rent because they'd be compensated at the end when they sold the property. But I think it certainly increased demand for property and probably more importantly increased what investors were prepared to pay for property. So it increased the amount of money that investors were prepared to bid at auctions.
Do you think it's likely, if the CGT discount was reined in some form, I'm not after a specific modelling on a specific scenario, but if it was reined in some form, do you think it would be likely to increase owner-occupier rates as opposed to homes that are owned by property investors?
Probably. Well, unless the houses are pulled down, if investors sell, they're going to sell to an owner. I mean,
yeah.
If investors are discouraged and want to get out for the reason that they have to pay more capital gains tax, then they'll sell to an owner unless the house is pulled down.
Do you think it would be likely to mean that, all other things being equal, do you think it would be likely to mean that house prices would either reduce or at least not increase by as much as they are?
I'm not equipped to do the calculation that others have done. I've read a number of sort of economists who have calculated that the mathematical effect on house prices of, say, a halving of the capital gains tax discount would reduce house prices by, say, 2% or 1.5% to 2%, something like that, which I have no reason to disagree with. I talked earlier about the psychological impact of a discount versus an inflation adjustment. I have no idea. It's impossible really to know what impact, if any, that psychological impact would have if it went into reverse. If we went from a simple discount back to an inflation adjustment, it would go back to being complicated and impossible to understand. What impact would that have on house prices? I don't know. Things have moved on, you know, the world has changed, supply and demand, the supply and demand picture has changed as a result of immigration and declining productivity, which I described on the ABC News last night. Over the past 20 years, in fact, over the period we're talking about, construction productivity has declined, which has led to a limiting of supply. So, yeah, I think it's impossible to know exactly what would happen. I think that it probably would result in an improvement in affordability, but it's impossible to know how much.
All right, thank you. And just on the psychological signal, you spoke about the psychological signal that the introduction of the CGT discount sent. And again, without asking you for specifics, do you think, regardless of the quantum of any potential signal, do you think it would send some kind of psychological signal if the CGT discount were reined in?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think that the tax system clearly prefers capital versus labour. I mean, I think that more needs to be done to change that. Probably. I mean, I think it's probably goes too far. I think the tax system goes too far in preferring capital over labour, and part of the reason for that is that, particularly over the last few decades, capital has become very mobile. There's been a shift everywhere towards taxing labour more than capital because capital's so mobile. You know, particularly in the digital age, all these companies can locate themselves anywhere, and also rich people tend to be much more mobile perhaps now than they have been in the past. So there's been a tendency to try to switch to labour, and I think that that has probably led to inequality because capital income is by definition earned by rich people, and labour income is earned by less rich people. And so that tends to fundamentally lead to inequality. So I do think it means that there needs to, so the mobility of capital is not going to change. What it means is that the focus of taxation needs to be on immobile capital. And that really brings you to minerals and housing, which can't be moved out of the country. And so, you know, it's just in a sort of a big picture strategy sense, taxation needs to focus, in my opinion, more on immobile capital.
So given we've got a tax system now where, you know, someone who goes to work as a carpenter or a cleaner or a bartender or a nurse effectively pays a higher marginal tax rate than someone who flips investment properties for a living. Is it your contention that we need to do something to rebalance the tax system to ensure that working people get a better go and people who rely on capital for income pay a bit more tax?
Yeah, I think that, sure. I think it would be a good idea to index the tax scales. I think
income tax scales.
Yes,
yeah.
The personal income tax scales should be indexed. I think that the use of bracket creep to fund the government is fundamentally unfair. It's resulted in Australia's top marginal rate kicking in too early, in a sort of a global comparison sense, and you know it's sometimes the tax cuts are announced to, in a sense, hand back some of the bracket creep that occurs, but it's never all of it, or rarely all of it. And I think we can probably have an argument about whether capital gains need to be adjusted for inflation at all. You know, I mean, what's the CPI got to do with the capital gain? I think you could. That's a discussion that could be had. You know, we don't adjust income tax scales for the CPI, but we over-adjust capital gains for the CPI in terms of taxation. So clearly, it seems to me that that balance needs to be addressed.
Do you think the CGT discount should be reined in? Mr. Cole?
Look, I don't really express an opinion about that. I've told you that I think it's extremely generous versus what it replaced, which was the inflation adjustment that was in place since 1985. It was more than was required to replace the inflation adjustment.
All right. So last question from me. We've asked the banks to come in to this inquiry, and I guess somewhat unsurprisingly, they've declined our invitation. I know that you've written about this in some of your published works, but can you just talk the committee through how the banks profit from the current housing policy settings, including the CGT discount, and are banks a handbrake on achieving a more affordable housing market in Australia?
Well, the average mortgage has gone from, I can't remember what it was 25 years ago, it was like 300,000, 350,000, and now it's 700 and something thousand. So the banks profit by lending more money. I mean, if you look at a chart of business lending and housing lending, they've flipped over the past 25 years. So banks were predominantly business lenders 25 years ago. Now they're predominantly housing lenders, and the amount of their loans, the volume of their loans has increased enormously. And it isn't the case that their interest margins have increased enormously. That hasn't happened. But they certainly make a larger volume of loans, and they. Part of the reason for the shift the flip, apart from the rise in house prices, has been that the regulators, the banking regulators, particularly since the GFC, have encouraged banks to move more towards lending that's secured by real estate as opposed to cash flow of businesses. The GFC kind of changed the way banks were regulated to increase the desirability of real estate security. That pushed them further into real estate lending as well, which they make more money out of. So I don't quite know what you could do to the banks that would make housing more affordable, and probably not much.
Well, just a supplementary question, I guess. So figures out recently show that lending by banks to property investors just hit a record high, $43 billion in the first 3 months of the 5% deposit scheme that's just been introduced by the government. That's more than double the amount that went to first home buyers in the same period. Do you think the capital gains tax discount has meant that the biggest beneficiaries of the 5% deposit scheme are actually property investors who are, chasing speculative gains rather than the purported target for that policy, which was first home buyers?
Isn't the 5% deposit scheme targeted? It means tested and targeted at first home buyers.
Yeah, but the figures show that the biggest increase in lending in the first 3 months of that scheme has gone to property speculators who I presume are chasing speculative value in a market because they assume that, rightly, that demand will be increased by the 5% deposit scheme. Have you got any reflections on that?
I don't know whether the 5% deposit scheme has encouraged property speculation. I mean,
those figures that indicate it probably has, though, right?
Well, it's possibly not a coincidence. I mean, look, the average rental yield is about 1% less than the bank interest on a savings account. So the only reason property investors do that rather than put the money in the bank is because they expect to make money when they sell the property. They're not making enough money while they're renting it. And it's a pain in the neck to rent properties. You've got to maintain them and deal with tenants. So it's all about capital gain. And if there's an increase in investment borrowing and investment in property, it's because of capital gains.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Kohler. I've been following your work ever since my economics professor told me you were worth listening to. And I did read your quarterly essay on the housing situation, and I think that thesis you put from 2000, the only sort of query I had about it, though, was that we saw similar housing trends in other parts of the US, Canada, New Zealand, UK. They all sort of accelerated basically at that early 2000s as well, and they didn't have the same change in the tax settings at that time. So is it just as much about sort of loose credit conditions as it was tax change?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it was clearly a factor. I think it's true to say that Australia's increase in or decline in housing affordability has been greater than elsewhere. I think that house prices in Australia have gone up the most. I think that's correct to say, and Sydney is now the second least affordable city in the world. So it certainly had more of an impact here.
Yeah. I know it's been characterised by some that this discount benefits someone sitting behind a desk flipping properties, and then you've got someone who's slaving away on an income. But is it the case also that there's a significant amount of sort of mum and dad investors, if you like, that might only own, that have average wage jobs, might only have one investment property, that's where all their capital is tied up, as investment capital is tied up, and that when they go to realise the discount, they get pushed into a very high tax bracket because that's the year, it's very lumpy, that's the year they realise the gain. So, of course, those numbers where we see the benefits hugely accrue to the wealthiest set, maybe they're only wealthy statistically in that year, and it's not necessarily reflective of how it plays out in reality.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that's probably right. I mean, obviously, that puts them into a higher tax bracket.
Yeah. Do you think there's some that we think about how if we tax capital versus labour, if there's other examples in the evidence we've seen where someone who's, say, an entrepreneur, and again over 10 years they might earn the same as an average wage earner, but they might realise all the gain in 1 year, that we're not thinking about how we incentivise people to take risk and invest capital as much as just we do in the same way that labour earners do?
Yeah, look, I mean, I do think that it's a good idea to encourage entrepreneurs and investing in businesses. The trouble with housing is that it's a passive investment, tends to be unproductive. So yeah, I mean, I think that needs to be thought about as well. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, I guess I was going to lead into, when we've looked at the capital gains test discount, a lot of the evidence has come in saying you might have a different discount or no discount for property versus other classes of assets. Is that something you'd be attracted to?
I think it'd be difficult to discriminate between assets.
Right.
Look, I mean, I think from my point of view, the main problem is that the size of the discount of 50% is more than it needs to be in order to adjust for inflation. So, to the extent that it's greater than the inflation adjustment would be, then that difference represents an encouragement by the government to invest in assets. You know, and most people in Australia tend to invest in, partly because of negative gearing, tend to invest in property.
Yeah, I guess we already do tax different asset classes at different rates now, and different forms of income. Bank savings, interest, labour income, capital. So it might not be that difficult to distinguish between one form of asset versus another.
No, that's right. It probably wouldn't be.
And I mean,
right.
Yeah. Do you think that the Productivity Commission has sort of pointed to this, that we probably have skewed too much of our capital stock in this country to lower productivity investments like housing, for example, And is the capital gain system, or is there another part of the tax system that would help unlock some of that, I guess, overinvestment in housing into more productive parts of the economy?
Well, there's already a system for encouraging research and development. Companies get, tax breaks. I talk to companies all the time, and they talk about how they've got X million dollars in, a tax incentive for their research and so on. So maybe that could be bolstered in some way. Yeah. So there are existing sort of encouragements in the tax system for entrepreneurial activities and and research and development. I think that they could be possibly increased.
When the indexations discount was removed in favour of the flat 50%, one of the rationales was just the simplicity component of it. Do you think since that time our IT systems and the way we manage the tax system and the sophistication of the ATO would possibly, that simplicity argument might not be as strong as it was back then, and administering an indexation discount might not be as challenging as it was 20 years ago?
I think they probably had calculators then too, so they probably wasn't too hard.
They didn't have AI.
No, that's right. But no, look, a simple flip back in September 1999 would have been a 15% discount.
Yeah.
To adjust for inflation, that would have just simplified. That would have simplified the system, but they made it 50% instead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Collar. I've also been a long time admirer of your work. I just have a couple of questions that I'm hoping you can talk to in a little bit more detail. One of the questions I think that's really important to consider in the context of the CGT discount is its impact on housing supply. Some of the submissions that we have received to this inquiry suggest that removing the CGT discount or decreasing the CGT discount might actually have a negative impact on housing supply because it would discourage investment. I'm just wondering if you have a view on that.
Probably would.
You think it would?
Probably. To some extent. It's hard to know how much, but sure. Clearly the 50% CGT discount encourages investment in property. So you might need to offset that with some other encouragement for supply that doesn't currently exist.
Mm-hmm. And I guess one of the other common themes in submissions that we have received goes to the relationship between the CGT discount and the broader tax system, particularly as it relates to property investors. I'm just wondering if you could talk, in your view, about how the current capital gains tax arrangements interact with other parts of the tax system and the impact that that has.
Any particular parts that you've got in mind?
Well, I mean, the one that comes up most in submissions is negative gearing, but there are others too.
Yeah, okay. Well, so, I mean, obviously negative gearing only applies if during the course of your ownership of the property, you're losing money. Your rent isn't covering the mortgage repayments and the cost of owning the property, right? So, so why would you do that? The only reason to do that is because you think you're going to make more money at the end when you sell it. So obviously, negative gearing and the discount on the capital gains tax work together to encourage people to invest in properties that they wouldn't otherwise invest in, but also to charge a lower rent than they would otherwise charge. Because if somebody's negative gearing, they're not charging a rent that's high enough to cover their mortgage. I think some of that possibly comes about because banks are lending more of the value of the property than they usually do. I think in some cases you can borrow 90, even 100% of a property, and if you do that, you're more likely to be paying out more in your mortgage interest than you're getting in rent. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think the two things do work together.
In one of your responses to Senator Dowling's questions, you talked a little bit about house prices in Australia having grown at a higher rate than elsewhere around the world. I'm wondering if you have a view on how our tax arrangements for capital gains compare to arrangements in other similar countries.
Oh, look, I don't have that in my head. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I might just ask a couple of final ones, Mr. Collar, if I might. We're currently in a productivity slump in Australia. If we were to rein in the CGT discount, would that make speculative investment in housing less attractive, and therefore could that lead to greater investment into productivity and productive parts of the economy?
It certainly wouldn't hurt. I mean, clearly, capital gains tax discount at 50% does encourage investment in housing. That's the idea of it, I guess. So it does. To the extent that that is a problem for economy-wide productivity, then if there was less of it, then that'd be good, I guess, for productivity. I mean, I think there's far more to productivity than that, clearly.
Yeah, thank you. Last question then. Going to go back in history a bit here, Mr. Kohler, further than you've already taken us, back to feudal times when... I
wasn't around.
No, well, you weren't around, neither was I, and none of us were. But look, in feudal times, whether you had opportunities in life or not depended in large part on your parents' relationship to land and your parents' ownership of land. And we're currently, I want to put this proposition to you, we're heading into a situation where if your parents don't own property, it's very, very difficult for young people to aspire to own their own home one day. Wages growth is not keeping up with house prices, therefore saving even for a deposit is becoming more and more difficult over time, and the bank of mum and dad obviously is playing a larger and larger role in young people being able to get into the housing market. You can't get credit for a small business unless you secure it against an existing asset, which for most people is land. Are we in danger in are we heading into some kind of neo-feudal society where, again, the primary driver of someone's opportunities in life is the relationship that their parents have to land?
Well, I don't know about feudal, but we are certainly there. I think we are at that point. I mean, there's two aspects to the bank of mum and dad. One is help with a deposit, because it now takes 12 years on average to save for a deposit, as opposed to 6 years 25 years ago. 12 years for a lot of married people is impractical. So unless they get some help with a deposit from their parents, they can't buy a house. Then it comes down to, have the parents got the cash to give, or have they got room in their own equity for a guarantee? That sort of thing comes up, and it has to do with the extent to which they own real estate, and can they downsize to help. Then further comes about with the help with the repayments, and the repayments are a larger proportion of young people's income than it's ever been, and so particularly with the cost of childcare, I think that a lot of young families are really struggling because of the size of their mortgage and the cost of everything else. So parents are having to step in and help with school fees or other things, childcare and so on. So yeah, look, I think that this in some ways is the foundation of the inequality that we're seeing. Is that inequality is getting perpetuated by the fact that if you don't have parents who own property, if your parents are renters, then you're really stuffed.
Yep. All right, Mr. Kohler, thank you very, very much on behalf of the committee and on behalf of the Senate for taking the time to come in and share your expertise with us today.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll just break for morning tea. All right, the committee's back in session and we'll recommence with the Australian Council of Trade Unions. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks, Senator. It's Michelle O'Neill. I'm the President of the Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Thank you.
I'm Ben Moxon, the Director of the Legal and Policy Work Group at the ACTU.
Thank you.
I'm Danielle Hooper. I'm part of the HSU and I'm here to tell my story.
Thanks very much for coming in, and I invite any of you, if you wish to make an opening statement.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. And I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands we're meeting on, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay all my respects to the elders past and present, always was and it always will be Aboriginal land. And as you heard, appearing with me today is Danielle Hooper, who is an aged care worker from the mid-north coast of New South Wales, who will also make a short opening statement, and Ben Moxon, who is our Director of Industrial and Policy. Senators, working people across Australia are experiencing a housing system that no longer delivers security or fairness. For too many workers, nurses, teachers, early childhood educators, retail and hospitality workers, paramedics and aged care workers, the simple goal of living near the job that you do to serve their community has slipped way out of reach. House prices are rising faster than wages. Home ownership is drifting further away, even for full-time workers, and the shortage of public housing means families can remain stuck in crisis accommodation or on wait lists that stretch for years. For 25 years, the capital gains tax discount has been a key driver of this unfair picture. Together with negative gearing, it's built a class of professional landlords who own large numbers of properties and are pushing house prices beyond the reach of working Australians, which is forcing more people to rent rather than to become homeowners. Before the introduction of the CGT, a house cost about 6 times the average income. Today, it's nearly doubled to 11 times. New research we conducted for this inquiry, and it's at page 9 of our submission, shows that growth in investor loans is strongly correlated with growth in house prices. In stark contrast, there's almost no link between first home loans and house prices. The source of the problem is really clear. The discount is also highly regressive. Most of the benefit of it are captured by the richest 1% of Australians, and it contributes to the top 5% of income earners paying this wide range of effective tax rates, and many of those rates are far lower than those paid by ordinary workers on an average wage. And to rub salt into these wounds, the cost of the discount falls really heavily on wage earners. Senators, this is why we're recommending limiting current tax arrangements to just one investment property and ending negative gearing and reducing the capital gains tax discount to 25% for all others. This is going to help more renters become home buyers, and it's going to reduce the really unfair advantage that we see for professional landlords. And recent research that we quote in our submission models a similar policy, suggesting home ownership could rise by up to 4% from this change. This is balanced and really long overdue reform. It protects small investors and it grandfathers existing arrangements for 5 years. We're not seeking to punish anyone who followed the rules. We're seeking to rebalance a system that currently makes it harder for working people to get ahead. Our proposal is targeted, it's fair, and it focuses on restoring the principle that the tax system should support homes for people, not speculation for profit. We also acknowledge that Australia cannot fix the housing crisis through tax reform alone. We also need major long-term investment in public housing at scale and stronger rights for renters, so that security is not determined by short-term leases and unfair and unpredictable rent rises. But tax settings are part of the picture, and they must change if we want a fairer housing system for all, including future generations. Unions are appearing today because workers are demanding change. They're organising at work in their communities to lift real wages and to insist on a fairer housing system that delivers security and dignity. Working people need solutions, not excuses. and they need change now that tackles the cost of living and the cost of housing. I'd be pleased to take questions from the senators, but first I'd like to introduce Danielle Hooper.
Hi, my name's Danielle Hooper, sorry. I've been working in aged care for over 16 years. I've been living in the Port Macquarie area for about 14 of those. It started off, I was living with some roommates, and then I took my sister in after she was leaving a domestic violence situation with her 2 daughters. When we got the rental, then my brother joined us after a stint in the mental health unit. Between the 3 of us, you know, things were going along fine, and then I found out I had cancer, and so Mum moved up from Victoria to help me and my brother and my sister. And after I got through that, my sister found out that she had 3 brain aneurysms and a mass on her brain. She had 3 operations to get that fixed. And during that time, we lived in a house that was full of black mould and asbestos. It's an older house with a landlord that was very reluctant to fix anything that ever went wrong. After 5 years, nearly 6 years, we were told that he wasn't going to renew the lease. So we ended up, my sister got housing with Mum, but my brother and I, we didn't. I ended up homeless at like 45 years old. Still trying to work, you know. In that time, I had applied for over 60 houses. I still worked full time. I going through 60 houses, taking the time out to look at them and do the applications, doing all that, just to be, because each showing, there was probably a dozen people looking to rent as well. Because, the Port Macquarie area, it is growing and quite quickly. Sorry, let me get back to it. Yes, after I had a bit of a mental breakdown when I was homeless, then I ended up getting my brother and I ended up getting a private rental. Rent between our combined incomes is 45%. It's only supposed to be 30%. Yeah, I've had to use food bank, salvos, for food vouchers. About 7-8 months after getting the house, I was made redundant. So I had some time off. I'm back employed now after a bit. And now my brother's unemployed, so it's a bit hard. It's just that, this does affect more than the cities, even us out in the sticks. Sorry. Yeah.
Thanks, Danielle. Thanks very much and as you can hear from Danielle, I really appreciate how important it is and hard it is for her to tell a story. But this is an issue that affects workers all over the country. It's an issue about what sort of housing system we have and what we can do to make it fairer. As I said, Senators, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ms O'Neill, and thanks for your opening statement. And Ms Hooper, thank you for sharing your story with the committee. It's really important and powerful, and I want to acknowledge the courage you showed in coming in today to share your story. So thank you very much for doing that. Ms O'Neill, I might have a couple of, I do have a couple of questions, then I know my colleagues will as well. You spoke in your opening statement about the modelling that you've done that shows that your suggestion, which is to reduce the CGT discount from 50% to 25% for gains realised on investment properties, would increase home ownership. So just so that the committee can be clear about that, what you're saying is if we did rein in the capital gains tax discount, we could expect that the proportion of the housing stock that was owned by owner-occupiers would increase because the proportion of the housing stock that was owned by property investors would decrease. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Senator. That's what we're saying, and that's not just our evidence, it's also been backed up by others that is quoted in our submission. What we know is that every time a worker or a person goes to try and bid on a house for their first home, they're competing in many cases with the vast bulk of other people at that auction or trying to buy that home are actually people who are buying it for speculation and investment purposes rather than to live in. So we know, and we show in our submission, that correlation where basically the prices have gone up significantly over that period of time that we've had the capital gains tax in place, and that's just locked more and more people out of being able to afford to own their own home. And it's the cost, as I said, that difference between 6 times the average and now 11 times the average income for somebody to be able to buy a home is a shocking change in just the period of time that this is a system that benefits the very rich over ordinary working people.
Thank you. Your submission includes analysis that shows a correlation between growth in investor loans and growth in house prices. In contrast, it indicates there's practically no correlation between growth in first home buyer loans and growth in house prices. Could you just drill down into that a little bit, if you're able, for the committee, and explain exactly what's happening there and why this is a problem?
Sure. Do you want to go, Ben?
Yeah, sure. It's simply the incredibly strong purchasing power of investors that are predominantly investing in existing dwellings. So 82% of new investor loans are driving into that area. We just find in running this regression that the correlation we got is 0.7, which, you know, a statistician will tell you is actually a very strong correlation. So more recently there's been a strong uptick in both the level of investor loans, as our submission goes to, and a strong uptick in house prices. But looking back over a long period of time, that correlation holds quite strongly. It's simply the case that they're crowding out first home buyers, and that's why there's that very weak correlation for first home buyer investor loans.
Did you say crowding out?
Yes, yes. crowding out. I'll just also add to in response to the first question, since the CGT discount was introduced, home ownership in Australia has dropped by 4.4%, and that's to the census, the last census figures. The research done by New South Wales Treasury economist Michael Walters in 2024 modelled proposals similar to ours, which would show that that would largely reverse the gains and improve home ownership again by 4%. So the similarity in those two bits of analysis we think is very striking.
Thank you. And I'm as guilty as anyone of this. We talk a lot about numbers and figures and relativities in this debate, but I just wanted to ask a question about whether you have any views about the CGT discount not just impacting housing affordability, but the ability of workers to live close to where they work.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And this is something that we've been talking to all unions about, and because every union and every industry and sector is reporting this, that it is getting more and more difficult for people to live near where they work, forcing people to move further and further away. And of course, that then adds other costs, because if you live a long way away from work, then the transport costs increase, and the time that you have to spend getting to and from work increases dramatically as well. All of this adds cost and makes it much harder for people to balance their work and family life. They're spending long hours commuting, long hours at work, commuting back again, and the costs are rising. The other thing we see is that house prices are rising significantly more than real wages. And of course, as unionists, we are trying to organise and win increases in real wages for workers, and that's critical, of course, for affordability as well, that people have good, well-paid jobs. But along with that, so many of the wage increases that workers are getting eaten up by the cost of housing. So you might see that there's been increases in wages here, but then with increases in mortgages and increases in rents, they've been taken away with the other hand. So that makes it harder, as I said, for people to get any sort of balance. And we think this is fundamentally unfair, because working people pay their taxes via marginal tax rates. They, in fact, proportionally are paying significant taxes, which the top income earners are paying less on average than workers on the average wage. So the people who actually have the highest incomes are highest income earners, some of which is coming via income from these tax breaks, are actually have all sorts of options about avoiding tax, minimising tax, and paying less than ordinary working people who are just paying their tax every week with their wage.
Thank you. We've heard some evidence already this morning, and there's been submissions to the inquiry that have raised this issue. You've alluded to it in your opening statement, but would you agree with the central proposition that the tax system holistically at the moment favours capital over labour? And would you support a rebalancing, if you do agree with that proposition, would you support a rebalancing of the system? I mean, we've got a tax system at the moment that if you go to work as a bartender or a cleaner or a nurse, like, you are paying significantly higher tax than someone who sits behind a desk and flips investment properties for a living. Do you think the tax system is biased against labour in favour of capital, and would you support a rebalancing of the tax system more broadly?
Well, Senator, we're on the record for supporting a whole range of changes that try and rebalance this, because we think that big business in particular and the mega rich don't pay their fair share of tax, that the burden falls unfairly on working people. So we have a range of proposals, as well as this one, to reduce the capital gains tax discount. We also think negative gearing should be removed, other than for the initial property, and also we want to see changes to the PRRT. We think that that is a system that is not effectively providing tax revenue to Australia for some of the largest companies in the world who are making a lot of money exporting our resources and basically avoiding paying fair tax on that. And we want to introduce a 25% export tax as a replacement for the PRRT, and we also want to see changes to the tax fuel rebate that applies, and having a cap of 20 million, so that above that people would pay fair tax as well, because again, that's a system that just is supporting very large companies and the very rich. We also think there should be we should ensure that people who earn over $1 million should pay at least 25% tax. Extraordinarily, in Australia, people on the highest income pay the least, and many people earning over $1 million, in fact, paid no tax last year.
Thanks. And final question from me. Your submission recommends that government conduct a broader review of the CGT discount to investigate the case for reducing the discount on all types of capital gains. Can you firstly expand on why you recommended this? But secondly, we're also examining the use of CGT discount by trusts, and do you think there's an argument that area should also be open to reform?
Yeah, well, our view is that the housing crisis is real and urgent, which is why we think immediate changes to the capital gains tax is warranted, and why it's the focus of our submission in terms of the capital gains tax on housing. But we do think it's worth having a broader look at it, because we think there's other examples where the taxation of capital gains could be examined to make sure that we have a fairer tax system. And as I said previously, that very large businesses and those with the most wealth should be paying more of their fair share of our tax, and they're not. So anything that means that we have a sensible look at what else can be done, we would support, which is why we say it should be reviewed. Excuse me.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the submission. Is it right to say that you're suggesting a change to the capital gains tax discount beyond one property, and that's both for negative gearing and for capital gains? So one property would be able to still access both of those arrangements.
That's right.
How did you land on one?
Well, we know many working people who don't necessarily earn a high income really put a lot of effort into saving and think about what they might do to support their children as well. And so we think it's a fair thing that people are able to have one investment property, because that often is related to how they can support their family, and we think that's a reasonable line to draw, that people could have a benefit for one investment property. And we also don't blame the people who maybe have a few more than that, who've used over the period of the time that the tax discount for CGT has been in place, the people who've used it, they've followed the rules, which is why we're proposing that it be for people who have already bought those properties, there'd be a 5-year period so they can make adjustments. For any new properties beyond the introduction, we'd want to see it introduced immediately.
Yeah, I guess we've heard before this, because there's a lot of people on very average wages that they put all their capital into that one sort of investment property, and that's their vehicle for saving. So, and it's appropriate. And often, if they do sell, then they get pushed into that top tax bracket, which is not reflective of their earnings over time. Do you have a view on how the discount operates for existing versus new property? Because we've also heard from a lot of submissions, well, maybe have a discount for it's different for established homes, but actually if we're creating new stock of homes, then that's a good thing.
Yeah, Senator, I suppose the first thing I'd say is there's been some great work and thinking and public debate about how we improve the system over the last number of months, and so we're not saying that we have a solution that is the only solution. I mean, we think it's urgent that there's a need for change, and we've thought carefully about the proposal we're putting forward in this submission and have put forward publicly. But we think that other measures that also look at how you can make sure that we make the system fairer are worth consideration by the government. We don't think that it's enough to just limit it in terms of new homes. Like, we think that it's important that, and which is why our proposal is broader. We think it's important that there's a broader reining in of this tax advantage. And the other thing we know is that the great bulk of investors, actually 81%, invest in existing dwellings. So the majority of speculation in the housing market is people buying up existing housing, not new housing. So we want to see all of those properties affected by the change. Did you want to add anything, Ben?
Yeah, but we're also pushing for additional measures to increase supply and investment in new housing. So as Michelle said, if you were going to design a tax policy to drive investment into new housing, it would not be the capital gains tax discount. It's the vast majority is going into existing stock and rising prices. We think the additional revenue you gain from the changes we're suggesting should be ploughed back into public and social housing. We see it's at record low levels. I think we're at about 10% of housing stock. In the 80s, we're down to about a bit over 3%. We also think there's great opportunities that a broad set of stakeholders would support for investing in new modern forms of construction to improve housing supply. For example, modular housing, which is quicker build times, cheaper costs, would also be another great way to spend money saved from reform to the capital gains discount.
Okay. I guess renters are always overlooked in these debates. They're sort of the last ones to think about, but a lot of people you've sort of put forward, and a lot of other witnesses have said that they are still impacted by this discount and the way the housing tax incentives operate. Often we hear from investors in established homes, they would say, "Oh no, we're creating increased rental supply by investing in an established home." What is your view? I know that the government's certainly focused on improving the situation for renters, and we've already increased rent assistance by 50%. But it's really important, I think, particularly for younger workers who aren't able to yet build up that deposit base or wage to support a mortgage, that they can still access affordable rental accommodation. Now, how do you see that playing out in this debate?
Well, actually, Danielle might want to talk a bit about her hometown in this, because it's relevant to your question, Senator. But the main impact of the capital gains tax on rentals is it's prevented a whole lot of renters being able to enter home ownership. That's been the main impact. And because of the proportion of the investment that's existing properties, it is our view that if you made the changes we're proposing, it's not going to reduce the rental stock, and it's not going to to push up prices, what it'll do is just give more renters the opportunity to move into home ownership. And the additional measures around housing, this is not the only thing that needs to be done, and which is why we're saying it's important to link any revenue that's raised out of this to expanding the housing stock, particularly for public housing, because of that drop off in public housing. So we think that seeing that revenue that comes out of this being ploughed back into public housing, making more housing available, so that stories like the one Danielle told about how difficult it is for so many people getting locked out of the private rental market can change. It's a really good investment that it would be about expanding and making more accessible housing stock. But I also think it's not something we're covering today, but we also think some of the treatment of things like Airbnb and what's happened where there's been the purchasing of properties that in many cases people are vacant for large amounts of time as well. Did you want to add to that, Danielle, about your situation?
Yes. There is 1,100 Airbnbs in Port Macquarie, with 55% of them at capacity. There's more in holiday times, which is, a very minute, tiny amount of the year. And so there's houses there standing empty for months. And with the housing crisis going on, it's yeah.
So it's a pretty inefficient use of the housing stock.
Exactly,
is
yes.
what you'd be saying.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just inform the witnesses that we've got Senator Bragg with us remotely, and he is able to ask some questions. So I'll now offer the call to you, Senator Bragg.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the ACTU for being there today. So effectively, set the scene on this. Your position is you would like to see tax concessions reduced for individual Australians who are using either the CGT discount or negative gearing or both.
That's right, Senator.
Hello?
Yeah, that's right, Senator.
That's right, yeah, okay. So do you accept that if your position was to be adopted by the Parliament, that it would result in a lower level of investment into housing?
No, we don't accept that, Senator. We think that it is the case that, a couple of things. One is to say that what the CGT has done is disproportionately incentivised people investing in housing over other investments that are actually more productive investments. So the opportunity with the change in this would be to see some investment move into other more productive parts of the economy, which would be good for the economy and good for productivity.
Right.
So there's that element, but we also don't think there's evidence that there would be a significant drop in investment in housing, and our reason for that is the recent experience in Victoria, where there was the introduction of a tax on land tax that came into place in 2024, I think I'm right there, and looking at what's happened there, the small number of drops in investment there haven't had an impact on things like rental availability or prices. In fact, rents in Victoria have been tracking slightly less in terms of their increases since that happened than the rest of the country. So despite that being the claim that was made at the time, that change in investment and tax on capital in terms of people's land tax would drive investment out of the system, it hasn't come to be, hasn't been the case.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand exactly your position, because I just heard from your evidence there that you're saying, or you're insinuating, that there has been too much investment in housing. So it sounds like you do accept the view that if there were changes to, as you've advocated, there would be a lower level of investment by individuals into housing, and by definition, as you said yourself, people would invest elsewhere.
No, I'm talking about speculative investment in housing for profit. We would in fact want to encourage more homeowners to be able to invest in housing. So the point I was trying to make is that it would open up the opportunity for more people to get into the housing market with their first time purchase, and it may be on the other end that it would be that some people that have very large numbers of investment properties may choose to also look at other ways of investing their capital, which is good for the economy.
Okay, and that would force rents up, wouldn't it?
No, that's my point of the example I gave you in Victoria, where that was the claim, and it hasn't. It's in fact the opposite's been the case.
Okay, so what about your position is on the CGT discount that it should be reduced? That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we're proposing that it is retained for the first investment property, and then after that it be reduced from 50% to 25%, but that be phased. Okay. That be phased in over a 5-year period. It would apply immediately in terms of new properties, but for existing properties it would be phased in over 5 years, because I'm not sure if you heard my earlier answer, Senator, but I was talking about that this is not about blaming people who've made investments under their current rules. Yeah.
Okay, so then my question is, what about the CGT treatment for super funds? Are you also advocating that should be reduced?
No, that's not our proposal, Senator.
Okay, and have you, as part of your submission to this committee, declared your interest in superannuation, that the ACTU is a shareholder of at least one super fund?
Well, all of that information's on the public record, Senator. So there's nothing that is not on the public record in terms of the ACTU's involvement. We're very proud of our involvement in Australia's superannuation system, and we hide it from no one.
Okay, but I mean, you own a super fund, and you're not proposing to reduce concessions on the super fund, but you do want to reduce concessions for individual Australians.
Well,
do you think people might find that a bit jarring?
As you know, Senator, the Australian Union Movement's interest in the superannuation system is only in the all-profit to members system. So every bit of money that's earned in the sector of the super system, which is the profit for member sector, goes back to members. It doesn't get distributed in any way to anyone else.
Well, what about the director's fees and the advertising that you receive from super funds and all the commercial arrangements? You're going to give it all back, are you?
Well, I think I'm not quite sure what your question has to do with this, Senator.
But you do have a financial interest. You do have a financial interest in these funds. You own them and you take money out of them.
So what we know is that the board members of all super funds receive board fees. In the case of the ACTU directors in relation to any super funds, those funds don't go to the individuals. They go to the organisations that they represent. And we also know that in terms of support for making sure that people know about the importance of profit for member super funds, that money goes to employer organisations to make sure that their members understand those funds, as well as to some unions.
Sure, okay. So but just, I want to wind up now because I know the Chair's got a busy day, but I just wanted to understand that I've got your position clearly, that you are advocating to reduce tax concessions for individual Australians, but you're not proposing any changes to the CGT tax concessions for super funds.
Well, I think I've explained that our focus is on the fact that the tax system as it currently works for the capital gains tax, most of the benefit goes to the top 1% of income earners in Australia. It is not a fair system. It supports the mega rich. It supports people who don't own one or two properties. It supports people who own large numbers of investment properties. And it's a way that we really give advantage to wealth rather than people who have to work for wages. And that's what we're targeting in our changes here.
But what about the super funds that hold literally trillions of dollars? I mean, are they not super rich?
The super funds that we support are super funds that all of the profit goes to members.
All right, thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator Bragg. And Senator Dowling's just indicated he has a follow-up question.
Just on that superannuation point, just to point and clarify, because Senator Bragg was suggesting that we should be looking at why you're not advocating for discounting, but the superannuation, as I understand it, is already only a 1/3 discount versus the 50% discount that's in place. So it already is lower in that sense. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, and the superannuation is governed under its own act, so it's probably beyond what this inquiry should be really looking at. I understand the CGT discount is entirely separate to how the superannuation, and is it also the case that the superannuation sector is not really competing in that investor housing space so much as investing in a whole different class of assets?
Well, I mean, superannuation invests in all types of different assets, Senator, that's right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, and thank you very much for appearing today, and I especially want to thank Danielle for making the long trip to Melbourne to appear at the inquiry. I think it's really important that we hear stories like yours. I wondered if, Danielle, you could talk a little bit about the intergenerational impact that that a lack of housing security has had on your family. You mentioned your siblings and also your mum coming to live with you, and I just think that's a really important factor in these kinds of decisions. And so could you talk a little bit more about that intergenerational impact?
Well, growing up, never had stable housing. We did move a lot, so I've never known it. And most of my siblings have been in the same boat. They've had children who are also, with not so stable housing and domestic violence situations, which plays into that.
And do you talked about your nieces who lived with you for a time. What do you think the future looks like for them in terms of home ownership under the current settings?
With coming from parents that have never owned, grandparents that have never owned, it's not looking, especially with the prices and wages and that. And, these intergenerational, it's called intergenerational for a reason, isn't it? Yes. My nieces or nephews ever owning property is quite low.
You work in aged care.
Yes.
Some of the toughest but most important work that workers do in this country, and that's why our government's given a very well-deserved pay rise to many of you and many of your colleagues. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about other aged care workers that you know and their circumstances. I'm sure you can't give us, I don't expect numbers or anything, but just in terms of the experience of other aged care workers that you've worked with and their experience with housing and whether it's similar to yours.
The majority of the people I worked with and have worked with are renters as well. I could probably count on one hand the ones that have owned property in the past and don't anymore for whatever reasons. But and whenever it's talked about having to move, if they have to move, it is extremely stressful.
You, of course, come from a regional town, and we often talk a lot about cities and young people who are looking to buy homes in capital cities. We hear a lot about the increases of rent and house prices in the cities, but so many Australians live in regional towns, and so could you talk a little bit about some of the specific challenges in a regional town like yours when it comes to housing affordability and security?
Wages is part of that, whatever sector you're working, even getting employment. Like when I was made redundant and eventually started looking for work, even with 16 years background in aged care, it still took me quite a few months to get more work. There's being not so close to the largest cities. People have to travel to see their specialists for health reasons. There can be limits to health parts, and like even just last week I spent 5 hours in the emergency department with a relative. It wasn't for me, it was for the relative. And the wait time for that was like I've been there myself. My waits have never been that long, but that was 5 hours. So health, the housing, like, you know, if there's a dozen people looking at each house and only, you know, obviously only one's going to get it, that's got to tell you something about the amount of what's available. And even going onto the public housing list, that's a 10-year wait. I haven't bothered to do that myself because it's a 10-year wait. It's just work when you can get it, the house if you can get it, and if you have health problems,
You talked about you were made redundant, eventually found other work, although that wasn't easy. So you're currently working one job?
One job, yes, and I've just acquired a second job.
And do you think that, you know, so you're now going to be working two jobs, both in aged care, I understand?
Yes, they're both in aged care.
Do you expect you'll be able to afford to buy a home with those two jobs?
Not when 45% of my wages goes to rent.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes.
Thanks. I might just ask a final one, and it's around economic inequality more broadly. Assistant Minister Andrew Lee has said that we're only a generation away from United States levels of economic inequality. I think there's no doubt that we are becoming more equal, and I think there's a very strong argument that that inequality is currently showing up in some of the political polling that we're seeing at the moment. And like my view is this economic inequality is really bad for the country. Do you think reforming the CGT discount and potentially broader tax reform could help address this growing level of economic inequality in Australia? And what do you think the benefits for the country would be if we could do that?
Yeah, thanks, Senator, and we share your concern. You know, Australia has this sort of notion of a fair go, but with rising income inequality and wealth inequality, it is the case that that is slipping away from us unless we act. And this is one part of that puzzle. It's not the only part. As I've mentioned, we've got other changes that we want to see to the system to make it fairer. But it's not good. It's not good for people to see that some people who have the most continue to benefit the most in a country like this one. You know, we are a relatively wealthy country. We should be able to have a fairer tax system and a fairer housing system. We should be able to house everybody in this country securely. And we should make sure that we don't give tax benefits or tax rewards to the very rich at the expense of the services and support we need to provide to the whole community. So we are of the view that the focus very much should be on how to rebalance the system in a way where it doesn't advantage just those at the top, whether they be the mega wealthy or very big businesses that also do very well out of our current unbalanced system. And it does lead people to feel disconnected and abandoned. And that's not good. That's not good for our society. It's not good for cohesion. It's not good for people being able to see that this is a country that they fully are appreciated in and get to participate in. And you think about Danielle's story and how important the work she does is, how critical that is, and to listen to the fact that we've now got a system where people who work full-time providing the services we need in our community are not just locked out of the housing market in terms of ever thinking about home ownership, but also frequently locked out of the rental market as well because of the way the system works against them. That's just a notion that we shouldn't face in this country, and we should be very clear that we need to move back to a fairer economic system where we're sending the system the other way. We want it to become more equal, not more unequal.
Well, thanks, Ms O'Neill, and thanks to the other witnesses, and no shade to Ms O'Neill or Mr Moxon, but particularly thanks to you, Danielle. The committee does really appreciate all of you coming in, and on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the Senate, thank you all for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And I now invite Mr Brendan Coates from the Grattan Institute.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr Coates. Thanks for coming in today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Brendan Coates. I am the Housing and Economic Security Program Director at the Grattan Institute.
Thanks very much. If you wish, I now invite you to make a short opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. I'll be brief. So capital gains are taxed at concessional rates compared to other forms of income. That discount is designed to maintain incentives to save and invest. And it's generally agreed that tax rates on the return from savings, especially long-term savings, should be lower than taxes on income from working. But given actual returns and the size of that 50% discount, many investors have been overcompensated for inflation, particularly in property. So policy has overzealously protected savings at the expense of other competing considerations. In conjunction with generous rules for the deductibility of interest costs, i.e. negative gearing, the tax system creates strong incentives for debt finance and speculative investments. Further, overall savings rates are in fact insensitive to tax rates in the literature. People are sensitive as to where they put their money based on the tax rate that they face, but it doesn't appear to change how much they save overall, and that's the important consideration when designing taxes on savings. Because ultimately, if taxes on savings are lower, then other taxes have to be higher, and other taxes, including those that impose greater economic costs on the Australian community, like personal income tax rates applied to working Australians, which do hit younger Australians hardest. And the discount is a big reason why older Australians pay a lower rate of tax on their income than younger Australians that are still in work. What's clear from our research is that the existing discount of 50% is too high on capital gains that are held for more than 1 year. We recommend it should be reduced to 25%. That would raise $6.5 billion a year for the federal budget and better balance these competing objectives that I've outlined. Although I note there's been a range of proposals to make the CGT discount less generous, many of which would be improvements on the status quo. But the dominant rationale for this reform is the economic and budgetary benefits, money that could be used to either shore up the budget, reduce other more economically harmful taxes, and lower the tax burden on younger Australians, or pay for more support for low-income renters, whether through boosting rent assistance or social housing. Finally, I just want to talk very briefly about the impact of the reforms. We expect that would have a very modest impact on house prices, less than 1%, and would-be homeowners would win at the expense of investors, as has been put to the committee regarding that New South Wales Treasury work. The reform would have only a modest impact on the effect of new housing construction. We estimate halving the discount would decrease the number of new homes built by about 10,000 homes over the 5 years to 2030. That would result in less than a $1 a week increase in rents if nothing else was to happen. And of course, we can offset that effect if even a very modest share of that revenue was applied to either invest in boosting Australia's social housing stock or reinvest in a revitalised national competition policy framework to encourage states and territories to reform land use planning rules and other regulatory barriers to get more housing built. I'll stop there, thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Senator Dowling.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr Coates, for all you've done to contribute to the housing debate in Australia. Just to sort of frame it, it's impossible to sort of come at this inquiry without the housing sort of thing dominating everything to do, even though we're only talking about a small element of the tax system. And we heard earlier about this sort of takeoff in house prices around the early 2000s, and it sort of has been linked with changes to the CGT and potentially negative gearing as well. But do you see that as a dominant factor why house prices took off, given that globally we also saw a similar trends in developed nations of house prices going up as well and low credit conditions? Sort of what do you attribute it to?
Thanks, Senator. So, in short, we don't see that the change in the discount as being a principal or a major driver of house prices over the course of the last couple of decades. Other factors would appear to be bigger to us, other factors that were global in nature, like the secular decline in interest rates that we saw over the course of the last couple of decades compared to where interest rates were, say, at the turn of the last century. The fact that we haven't built enough housing. So Australia used to build substantially more housing to meet the needs of a growing population, substantially outpacing, say, the growth in the number of adults. Since 2000, that has reversed, and in fact, we're building less housing per adult over that period, and in fact, less housing per adult than most other countries in the OECD. Obviously, those tax changes, the value of the concession, as to the extent it applies to housing, will be built into house values, because if you go to an auction armed with a more generous capital gains tax discount, you'll be willing to value the property more. In the same way as if you can deduct your interest costs and other costs in full as an investor, then you'll be more willing to bid more for the property. But those effects, when we look at them, just look very small in the context of what is now a $12 trillion housing market in Australia, let alone, and similarly back in 1999 as well.
Okay, so would it be fair to characterise that you would agree with the consensus largely that supply is the overwhelming issue in terms of tackling housing affordability? I guess if you had a menu of policy options that you could choose from, the CGT discount would probably not be high on it in terms of the things you would go for first in terms of addressing housing affordability.
That's right, Senator. In fact, we did such a mapping exercise in our 2018 report, Housing Affordability, Reimagining the Australian Dream, that weighed reforms based on their likely impact on housing affordability, reducing prices and rents, and on the vertical axis, their relative merits on other dimensions we care about, whether it be budget sustainability, economic growth and the like. And CGT ranks highly on budget sustainability and economic growth because it's obviously a substantial reform that would raise significant revenues and recalibrate the tax system. But as far as a measure to boost supply, to improve affordability, it falls a long way behind measures around supply. Okay.
So you're more interested in how the savings could be redirected to improve supply of affordable housing rather than that element itself, the CGT discount itself, actually improving affordability.
That's right, Senator. The merits of this proposal, or the proposals to reform the discount, really rest on their economic and budgetary impacts, much less so their housing impacts, whether it be used to reduce income tax rates on younger Australians, whether it be used to boost the supply of social housing, pay for rent assistance, or to address the long-term budget sustainability challenges that we face as a nation.
Okay. And in terms of the discount itself, do you have a view about whether it should apply differently to different classes of assets?
Our baseline proposition is that it should apply evenly across the board at a 25% rate. There have been proposals from others to say have a lower discount for housing. There is some rationale for doing that in a world where a lot of the capital gains arising in housing are in fact in appreciation in the value of land, which the investors have really not done anything to warrant that appreciation. And that reflects the fact that we tax land too lightly in the state tax system. We don't apply land taxes broadly to owner-occupied housing in particular, but also lighter rates than we should to investors. So look, there are various competing trade-offs or objectives, and certainly applying a lower discount simply to housing would be an improvement on the status quo.
Right. And so the rationale for a discount is you of the view that the discount exists to take away nominal gains, it basically strip out the effects of inflation. Is that why you think there is a case for a discount?
That's right. So broadly, it's so you're not taxing nominal gains, you're not taxing return to investments that are simply compensation for inflation. Although it's worth noting there are a couple other parts to the way the design of the discount or capital gains taxation applies that means that you may not necessarily want to give back all of those nominal gains. So for one, people are only pay tax on the capital gains. They're only recognised as income when you sell them. That essentially means you get the opportunity to hold on to and have the compounding benefit of those untaxed gains for the life of the asset that you hold. So it's a bit like an interest-free loan from government to you compared to, say, the taxation that you and I pay on our wage and salary income each year. And secondly, the fact that people can choose the timing of when they realise those gains, we see much higher rates of realisation in retirement when personal income tax rates are often much lower for people.
Yeah. So do you see an issue? I mean, we often see the CGT discount that it's framed as it heavily skews towards the top income decile, sort of self-evidently. But do you think that potentially misrepresents, because there's a class of people who may only have one gain in their whole life, but it just happens to be a very large gain in that particular year, and it pushes them into a very high tax bracket for that particular moment in time, but that's not representative of their lifetime earnings or wealth?
That's right. So a simple distributional cut, which looks at the amount of the share of the discount that benefits those in any 1 year, will probably overestimate the distributional impacts of the policy overall. But I think it's pretty clear that for both housing and other assets, those gains remain, even on a lifetime perspective, pretty heavily skewed towards the top 20% of income earners or those by wealth.
Okay. Final question in relation to your modelling. Did you say 6.5 billion by reducing to 25%? And are you sort of factoring in all the potential behavioural changes that would happen through that process?
That's right. So that's an estimate that adjusts for behavioural change, for the fact that if we were to reduce the discount to 25%, then some people may choose to save their money through other vehicles. As I mentioned before, savings rates are highly sensitive, particularly for high-income earners, as to where they save. So they may look at a corporate structure, a trust note. We would apply to trusts as well, save more through superannuation, for example, if they can. So that's accounting for those kind of behavioural effects we would expect to see, similarly to what Treasury has done in past estimates of the revenue gain and revenue foregone from changes to the discount.
Right. So there's no scenario where, because we see the PBO and the Treasury tax expenditure statements, it's not as though all that money is just there to funnel back into the budget because of these behavioural impacts, right?
That's right. So we apply a discount, if you will, to the estimates of the revenue foregone from the tax expenditure statement in estimating the revenue gain you would likely see with the policy change, in line with the gap between the revenue gain and revenue foregone that we've seen in tax expenditure statements from the Treasury and PBO in the past.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Coates. Just to follow up quickly on something Senator Dowling was talking about, and that's the percentage of the benefit that the Treasury documents and PBA documents show is flowing to the top 1% of income earners. I just want to, and without taking issue with anything you said, I want to point you to the 2009 figures where 39% of the benefit of the CGT discount went to the top 1% income earners. But in December, Treasury reported that 54% is ending up in the pockets of the top 1%. So over, about a 15-year period, the percentage has gone up from 39% to 54%. Have you got any idea of what's driving that concentration over time?
That's a good question, Senator. I think the short answer is no. We've not done any work to investigate that particular change. It could be a couple of different things. There's noisiness in when people choose to realise a gain that can affect the distribution that you might observe in a given year. I think what's really clear is the underlying premise, which is most of the gains go to the wealthiest. It remains true whether you measure it on any given single year or whether you were to try to do some sort of averaging exercise over a long period of time.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Your submission cites a study that estimates that abolishing deductions for negative gearing losses and halving the CGT discount would help more renters to become homeowners. I think it says it would raise the rate of home ownership by 3 percentage points. Can you just expand on that and explain clearly for the committee how reining in the CGT discount would increase rates of home ownership amongst renters?
Thank you, Senator. So first of all, I'm going to actually answer the one bit of Senator Dowling's question that I didn't answer. Sure. That sort of builds on this. So if we look back in 1999, what we saw post that period was a big jump in house prices. Now, we're sceptical, or certainly I'm sceptical, that that's principally driven by the discount. But we did see a large number of extra investors, right? And so I would suggest that the change to the discount had a larger impact on home ownership than it did on prices itself. Because it's simple arithmetic in a world where if you have more investors and they are renting to someone, by definition a renter, then you're probably going to have lower rates of home ownership as the number of investors increase in the market, all else equal. What the work I referred to from Michael Walters from New South Wales Treasury is essentially getting at the question of what would happen if, for example, the discount was halved to 25% and negative gearing was curbed, so you could only offset those net rental losses against your wage and salary income, which is common in many countries. Basically, you would have investors showing up at auctions with less money in their pockets. They might be only willing to spend $10,000 less than a $1 million house, hence, for example, a 1% fall in prices. But you would see more first-home buyers winning at auctions over time as a result of investors being willing to pay less for properties because they would no longer have the advantage of the current concessions at their current very generous levels.
Thank you. Your submission and your evidence today talks about a phase out, and I guess that's as opposed to potentially grandfathering existing arrangements. Why would you submit that a phase out is more preferable than grandfathering existing arrangements?
A couple of reasons. One is I think we are a little too preoccupied at times in the idea that a tax change may be retrospective. That is, that you're applying a different tax rate based on decisions that occurred in the past. It's worth keeping in mind that any time we change the personal income tax scales, we're essentially changing the tax rate that applied to any investment from the moment the investment was made. So, for example, whether it be the stage 3 tax cuts, any other changes to personal income tax rates. And so if I have BHP shares and my personal income tax rate changes, we don't suggest that that's retrospectively changing the tax paid on the investment that I may have held for 25 years or 15 years. So the other issue, of course, is that if you grandfather the existing arrangements, then what you do is you lock in those very generous arrangements for a long period of time. People will tend not to realise those gains because they're subject to a more concessional rate of tax than what they can get elsewhere, even if they, for example, were to buy another investment property instead. And we saw this, you know, with the grandfathering that applied post the introduction of the capital gains tax itself, post 1985. And really, from an intergenerational perspective, you're pulling up the drawbridge on a very highly concessional set of arrangements that you then keep in place for those, say, 2 million plus rental property investors that exist in Australia today, means that it's higher tax rates being paid by younger Australians for a longer period of time. You don't get the revenue over a long period of time in order to fund the benefits that arise from these reforms, such as lower rates of personal income tax for working Australians or shoring up that long-term position. So for all those reasons, a gradual step down in the discount from, say, 50% to 25% over 5 years is a better option in our mind. It still gives people time to see that the rate of taxation is going to change and gives them the opportunity to step out of that, rather than it being all of a sudden, overnight, a change in the tax rate they'll pay on that investment when they realise it.
All right, thanks. That's really helpful. Your submission also says, I'll just quote you from it, you probably don't need me to, but as an intro to the question, in an ideal world, tax rates would be consistent across different types of savings, such as via a dual income tax structure. I know a majority of OECD countries now use a dual income tax structure. What do you think the barriers are to Australia adopting such a structure? And as a corollary, for those who aren't perhaps as enthusiastic about tax policy as you or I might be, Mr. Coates, can you just give the committee a very broad précis about what a dual income tax structure would look like?
Thanks, Senator. So I'll start with the latter. So, why it's a good idea, then the challenges in getting there. So why it's a good idea is, as I said in the opening statement, it is well accepted amongst tax economists that you should have a lower rate of taxation on savings compared to income from wages and salaries. And that's because of the effect of taxation being paid each year. The compounding effect of that means that the effective marginal tax rate applied to that asset, those savings, rises over time. It's like compound interest but in reverse, because the ATO is clipping the ticket a little bit on what would otherwise be the benefit of compounding that you see on your investment. The second part of it, though, as also outlined in the opening, is there's a lot of research that says people are highly sensitive as to where they save based on the tax rate that's available. So we have vastly different tax rates, for example, on term deposits compared to an investment property, compared to your superannuation, compared to other assets. And so to the degree to which you want a tax system that doesn't distort between people's choices, the idea of a tax system is to, as much as possible, to be invisible to the individual's decisions that they're making. That's where those distortions and the economic costs come from. Then having highly differentiated rates of tax has a big impact on the decisions that people are making, whereas a dual income tax structure essentially involves the same rate of tax applied to all earnings from all savings vehicles. Now, the challenge in getting there is that if we wanted to go to a dual income tax structure, and there are debates about what the optimal level of that tax rate should be, what essentially the discount should be from what you're paying on wages and salaries, then tax rates on those savings that are taxed highly concessionally at the moment have to rise. That's the only way it works. If we're going to be able to afford such a system, bring down the tax on, say, term deposits and other assets that are taxed heavily, you need to raise them on those investments that are taxed really concessionally, and that includes capital gains for investment properties in particular.
Yeah, okay. We've spoken a little bit about the relativities between owner-occupiers and sort of property investors in terms of the percentage of the housing stock that's owned by those two cohorts. So lending by banks to property investors has just hit a record high, $43 billion in the first 3 months of the government's new 5% deposit scheme, and that's more than double the amount that went to first home buyers in the same period. Are you watching this, and do you think, could you just talk us through the interrelationship between the CGT discount, that 5% deposit scheme, which I acknowledge is targeted at owner-occupiers, not property speculators, but do you think that scheme has encouraged property speculators to chase, to re-enter the market, or to enter the market in greater numbers to chase speculative gains because of the looming increase or the current increase in demand that's being driven by the 5% deposit scheme?
Senator, it's probably hard to pinpoint what drives, amongst a number of factors that drive investors getting back into the market. Until recently, we were probably under the expectation that interest rates would continue to fall. That's an expectation many of us have had to be disabused of in recent weeks by the Reserve Bank and by the ABS with its inflation figures. It's certainly true that investor lending, the availability of investor lending has an impact on prices, and it has an impact on the rate of home ownership in particular. One of the reasons why I expect that the first home, the rate of that the discount combined with negative gearing affects the rate of home ownership is that investors who typically are older, own their own homes already, have access to greater leverage. They've got access to more equity in their existing home that they can deploy to be able to purchase a new one. In comparison, first home buyers, the challenges for them to be able to purchase a home are, one, can I get the deposit together? That's less of an issue now in the world of the 5% deposit guarantee. And secondly, they need to be able to show that they can repay or service the loan, that they can reasonably do that with the income that they have. So it just gives more firepower to investors to be able to come into the market and be able to buy homes, because they're typically less subject to those constraints in being able to access finance. It is probably worth pointing out as well that the number of negatively geared or property investors in the market, those that declare that they have rental income to the ATO, has actually sort of flatlined. And a big reason for that is because we've made it harder to access interest-only or investment lending following changes in macroprudential rules over the last few years. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, you have. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Coates. Just a couple more from me. Did you have any more, Senator Dowling? No.
Oh, look, I can. But
I can too. Well, we'll see how we go. Mr. Coates, I think we've got a few minutes left yet with you, and thanks for your time. You're obviously proposing a 25% discount. If you'd held an asset for the last 5 years, been a fairly high inflation period, it would add up to about a 22% discount under the original inflation adjustment model. So I guess I want to explore why you landed on 25%. Is that not potentially still too generous given the last 5 years?
Well, there's probably a couple of ways we can tackle that, because there are different trade-offs here. So the previous inflation indexation of the cost base basically meant that when you bought the asset, over time, obviously the value of your asset's rising. Your house goes from 1 million to 1.2 to 1.3. The value of the cost base, say you bought it for $800,000, then that's indexed to inflation over time. And so it's the cost base that rises over time, so that the value, you're only being taxed on the real gain. It depends on the period over which you hold the asset. So, for example, since 1999, house prices have risen by about 6.4% a year. Now, the typical investor is leveraged. So let's just say you borrow 80% of the purchase price, so you've got 20%. Then your gain each year is going to be 5 times the sort of typical rate that applies, that you observe in house price indices, noting, of course, that they are somewhat upwardly biased by the fact that there are renovations and bits and pieces that improve the value of the housing stock over time. So it's very plausible that if you bought a house in 1999 and you could, if you're leveraged to 80%, your annualised capital gain might be 25% a year. Inflation's average 2.9% a year. So the effective discount in that world is just a little over 10%. So there is, whereas for shares, they've done less well, right? So the average share value of the ASX has risen 4.3% over that same period. So the discount that it would apply in a world of inflation indexation depends on so many different things: how long you hold the asset for, whether you're leveraged, all these different things. Our view is 25% discount for the CGTs. It has the value or the virtue of being simple. It's value balancing these different considerations, but it's understandable that why people might be attracted to going back to the old system. It's also understandable why people have different views on what the discount should be, but our judgment is 25% is about right.
All right, no worries, thank you. And just finally, at a really high level, do you think ultimately the goal for the Parliament should be to tax income from labour as closely as possible to income from capital?
No, I don't think so. What we want is a system where we tax income from capital at a level that's below the rate at which we tax income from labour, but not too far below, and that tax rate that we apply to capital is the same broadly across all asset classes in a way that it's not today. I think the best work on that broader question, because you're really asking what level should you set the dual income tax rate should be for capital income, I think that's a pretty complex exercise that would need to be undertaken if government was to go down that path. The best work that's been done is by Bob Brunig and the folks at the Tax Transfer Policy Institute.
Yep.
And I believe they thought about a tax rate on capital income that could be anything from 5 to 20%, but it's very uncertain, in part because you need to really model out what the revenue implications would be and what the behavioural implications would be.
All right, thanks. That's really helpful. We'll give Senator Dowling a couple of final ones.
A couple to wrap up. Yep. I think in your modelling you said that if we adopted your proposed Grattan model, that it might be around 10,000 houses less produced over 5 years. Does that concern you at all in a very supply-constrained world, that anything that produces sort of investor-led housing construction is a risk to trying to actually improve affordability?
Yeah. Senator, it would be a concern if we spent none of the revenue raised in mediating the impacts on housing supply. So certainly in a world where we have a shortage of housing, fewer homes is a problem. But I think the good news is there's a way to have our cake and eat it too, because of the design of the current discount is, for every home that it might be supporting that's a newly built home, it's supporting many more homes that are simply just financing existing homes. So it's a very inefficient way, in a sense, of supporting the construction of new housing. So if even $500 million of that $6.5 billion a year was funneled into, say, social and affordable housing, social housing, then on my numbers, the 10,000 homes that you would lose would be offset by 20,000 extra social housing dwellings built over the same period. If you spend $1 billion, then you're talking about 40,000 extra social housing units offsetting those 10,000 that might be lost. I should mention, Senator, that 10,000 estimate is essentially being built out of the RBA's housing market model. So that's essentially where we kind of get that from. So it's a change in the price level affecting the flow of new housing supply out over the course of the next 5 years. Okay, so back to the point that it's essential that any gains, budgetary gains, are put back into housing supply. Is sort of your proposition? At least some of them, enough to at least offset the impact. And since we have a housing shortage, being able to use some of that money to support policy that will boost the rate of housing construction is a really good idea. Yeah. And around, I guess, you've said earlier that it's still not the main game, the CGT discount in terms of the housing market. What about other tax measures that make housing mobility really challenging, such as stamp duties? So stamp duty is, in my view, the worst tax that we have in Australia. It is intergenerationally unfair because it's mainly hitting younger people, and it does lead to a really sub or inadequate use of the housing stock. The issue, of course, it's a state tax. The states lack the revenue to be able to abolish that and replace it with something like a land tax. So there is a very strong case that, and I should say, the reason being, even if you replaced it with a land tax, you would probably need to gradually offer some sweeteners to those that recently purchased homes and would be aggrieved quite reasonably that they're paying land tax just after they've paid the equivalent of the entire annual income in stamp duty. The way that means that basically the only way we can see stamp duty reform happening at the state level is the federal government helping fund that transition to a degree. And so if you were to use some of the revenue raised from halving the discount and used it to help the states abolish stamp duty, that would be a substantial economic reform that would also improve housing affordability too.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Coates, on behalf of the committee and the Senate. Thanks for coming in to share your expertise with us today. It's been very valuable, and that concludes the morning session. The committee will suspend until 1:15. Good afternoon, folks. The committee's back in session and we'll recommence with representatives from Think Forward and Prosper Australia. Folks, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Hi, I'm Raina Fahey. I'm the Executive Director of Prosper Australia.
I'm Thomas Walker, economist and the CEO of Think Forward.
I'm Madeline Cooper, a contributor to Think Forward.
I'm Max Stella and I'm a contributor to Think Forward.
All right, thanks. Welcome to the committee and to these hearings this afternoon. Does any of you wish to make any opening statement to the committee?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hi. Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Raina Fahey and I'm the Executive Director of Prosper Australia. We are an economic research organisation focused on the role of land in the economy. We have over a century of research into property taxation. And this is the home of our organisation, actually just around the corner. So it's lovely to be back in the area. The philosophy of our organisation is based on the simple concept that economic value created by individual effort should be kept, and value created by collective effort or scarcity should be shared. In other words, tax unearned income, not earned income, in order to promote productivity and reduce inequality. So before we talk about capital gains tax rates or discounts, it's worth asking a more fundamental question of what is taxation for? At its best, taxation should fund the services and infrastructure we need, and do so in ways that minimise economic harm. And finally, be fair, particularly between those who earn income through effort and those who receive windfall gains. The design question is not just how much revenue we raise, but from what base and with what incentives. In Australia, a significant share of capital gains is not from new productive investment, they come from gains in land value. In classical economics, land and capital are treated as two distinctly separate factors of production, and our submission very much leans into that idea. The merging of land and capital together within contemporary economics, we think is a major philosophical flaw in economics, so we don't speak to that idea. Land values rise not because an owner works harder or innovates, but because the population grows, infrastructure is built, zoning changes, and communities develop. These are community-created gains, not individual. When we apply a discounted capital gains tax to those gains, we're not primarily encouraging productive enterprise. We are rewarding the passive holding of appreciating land. The result is very predictable, and we have been tracking and observing this for 130 years. More speculative behaviour, higher land prices, greater barriers to entry for younger Australians and genuine developers, and volatility tied to asset cycles rather than productive growth. There is also a structural issue. When we tax land gains only at the point of transfer, we create lock-in effects, we encourage timing games, we make revenue cyclical and volatile, and we treat what is essentially an ongoing flow of community-created value as if it were a one-off windfall. If land values rise year after year because of public investment and economic growth, why do we wait for a sale to tax that uplift? A well-designed annual land tax aligns much more closely with economic efficiency because land cannot move or hide, neutral incentives because it does not penalise productive improvement, and fairness because it recovers value created by the community. So while this committee is examining capital gains tax, I would encourage the members to keep in mind the broader objective as we discuss wider tax reform at a national level. If the goal is to encourage productive investment, improve housing affordability and build a stable revenue base, then reform should move us away from taxing transactions and towards taxing the unimproved value of land on an ongoing basis. The question is not just whether the CGT discount is too high, it is also whether we are taxing the right thing at the right time. So to promote fairness and efficiency, Prosper Australia recommends that we remove or scale back the CGT discount on land and land-like assets. We shift the tax base towards land values rather than labour or productive capital, and we encourage productive investment by reducing taxes on income from labour while taxing unearned land gains appropriately. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Fahey. Mr. Walker, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Senators. We founded Think Forward to promote the idea of intergenerational equity and highlight that the economic insecurity being felt by many younger Australians isn't down to a lack of effort or education or their ideas. It's because there's some really big structural issues in our economic systems, including our tax system. And so joining me today is Max Stella, a young lawyer who can speak to that sort of experience of being a young person who feels like the tax system is rigged against them, and Madeline Cooper, who, while renting, experienced how the discount is not delivering affordable, secure or quality housing for younger Australians. And so Think Forward's evidence centres on the following key points. Firstly, that the discount drives inequality between and within generations. It's created a system where the average young worker, particularly if they've got a HECS debt, are paying much higher effective tax rates than people much wealthier than them. Basically, instead of supporting the next generation who are starting out in life, we're channeling billions of dollars to the already wealthy who have set themselves up already. Second, the discount costs the taxpayer a lot of money, and tax expenditures such as the discount erode the effectiveness and trustworthiness of our tax system. They force higher income taxes on workers, and they starve the budget of funds. Our political leaders are constantly telling us that we've got no money in the budget, we've got this budget crisis, but the fact is we have plenty of money. We just choose to give heaps of it away while underinvesting in the future. Thirdly, the discount rewards the wrong things. It rewards speculation and rent seeking over work, ideas and learning. As a country, we've basically got this big flashing sign saying, hey, don't go to university, don't become an engineer, don't become a nurse, because what we're going to reward is speculation. And this is also actively putting our economy in future risk, because our economy is becoming increasingly dependent on a narrow band of wealthy investors, ageing consumers and family inheritances, because many younger people can't afford to get ahead. If they can't get ahead, then how are they expected to learn or create or start a new business? Four, the discount should not have a role in Australia's future tax mix. Younger Australians are less likely to agree with the statement that Australia is the land of economic opportunity where in the long run, hard work leads to a better life. For a so-called egalitarian society like ours, I think that's a shocking outcome where we've ended up in that situation. And much of the erosion of the fair go, we argue, can be traced back to the introduction of the CGT discount and similar reforms which have prioritised private wealth accumulation. In many ways, these reforms were a roaring success, as we've seen private wealth accumulate much faster than the rate of wages going up over the last 20 years, for example. But for millennials and Gen Z, without family help, we've been caught on the wrong side of a divide. We're being asked to pay record rents and higher taxes, take on supersized mortgages and student loan debts. We're now being asked to outsource the care of our children and our elderly parents because we've got to get back to work to pay the bills. And we're foregoing essential services to protect wealth holders and property prices. We're being told to be patient and to work hard because this bounty will eventually trickle down to us. But without tax reform, I don't think it will. And too many young people will be denied a secure future. So in closing, it's actually been really great these past couple of months and even past couple of years to see intergenerational equity as an idea gain lots of political and media attention, but we're still a long way from proper action to address it, and removing the discount would be a really great place to start. By doing so, gains from wealth will be taxed similar to work, and the government will no longer be subsidising property speculation, deepening inequality and worsening productivity. And it's an essential step in restoring the fair go for younger Australians. And so, yeah, we look forward to answering your questions, and thank you for inviting us to give evidence.
Thanks very much. Ms. Cooper or Mr. Stella, did you have anything in the form of an opening statement that you'd like to make? You good?
I'll say something.
Yeah, please, Mr. Stella. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm attending here not as a CEO of Think Forward or a professional expert in this field, but as a young person who is, alongside many people in my generation, contending with a new phenomenon in Australia, which is when we look back at the past 40 or 50 years and we look back at our parents, we see humble salary workers, people like my dad, a music teacher, who were quite extraordinarily able to accumulate not just a home, but a portfolio of properties. And that must be the first time in human history where the average worker has been able to become a wealth holder to that extent. We don't want to go back there because we know that rising house prices is a flawed mechanism on which to sit Australian prosperity. And we don't believe that this can just keep on going. And so when I look back at my parents' generation, I think that good fortune is not something we should be seeking to replicate now to the same extent, but rather moving back towards the most noblest aspiration of competitive capitalism, which is meritocracy, that the assets in our economy should be distributed by hard work, by those who invest in themselves and their community, and that everyone is entitled to the most basic of human goods, which is the land on which they stand, to some extent. So I think young people I talk to, don't want that same economic logic to propel us forward. But rather, we want, when we attend university, when we invest in ourselves and our community, to have a fair opportunity at obtaining some security, some financial security. And we talk a lot about the people who miss out on housing, and it's a real tragedy. There are also a group of people who, to the extent they get in, they massively overpay, and it blunts any incentive to do something more entrepreneurial or more exciting. And I want to see an economic system that moves towards investing in the productive areas of the economy and not just established housing. And I think a lot of young people agree. And so I think there's an extraordinary opportunity for the Labor government to stand for a tax system that supports workers, and they've done a lot on industrial relations, and that is at the heart of the party. But I would like to see them, and I think a lot of young people would, start to stand for the salary earner in the tax system.
All right, thanks, Mr. Stella. I'm just going to start off on questions, and I actually want to ask you one first. You said that young people need a fair opportunity. Do you think young people are getting a fair opportunity from our current tax system, and including the capital gains tax discount, which, by the way, 4% of the benefit goes to people under 35 years old, so almost no benefit from the CGT discount goes to young people. Do you think young people are getting that fair opportunity? And if not, what are some of the changes that you would like to see to our tax system or to public policy more broadly to give young people a fair go?
Thank you. No, I don't think we're getting a fair go. I think that it's inherently unfair, and I should just touch on the philosophy point that Ms. Rayner spoke about earlier, which is, I think too often in our politics now, we've lost the language of political justice and philosophy. We speak about productivity and efficiency and prices, and these are all important, but these are mere mechanisms to something greater than that, which is a sense of justice in our community. And our tax system is our most basic reflection of that. And what does the tax system today communicate to young people? It communicates that you pay very high personal income taxes on your income, but you can get an extraordinary advantage if you manage to sink your money into property. I think a lot of young people would prefer a tax system that stands for their salary earner and that doesn't give an advantage to, as you said, established, sorry, not to paraphrase you, but the benefit goes largely to the older generations than to established wealth holders. And I think many of us are tired of getting to the auction day or the sale day and having to compete with our parents so that they can then buy a property for their kid or for someone else who's buying their third or fourth property. And so finally, just to the extent, as Tom said, we would like to reduce that imbalance between wealth and work.
Thank you. To both Think Forward and Prosper Australia, you've both mentioned either in your submission or your opening statements or both the fact that the CGT discount rewards speculation over productive investment. Couldn't you just explain very clearly why this is a problem? If you do agree that it's a problem, I'm assuming you do, I certainly do. Explain clearly why it is a problem and confirm that if it is your view that reining in the CGT discount in some form, whether it's reducing it or abolishing it, would actually encourage more investment into productive sectors of the economy. Maybe Mrs. Fahey, you could go first.
Oh, you take this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Walker, you can lead off.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, absolutely. Like, as I sort of talked about in my opening address, like all the signals you get as a younger person is to push money into housing, which I think only one in eight is new property, so that's not adding to the stock of housing, which is so important. And then, yeah, if you're a young person looking at how to best secure your economic future, you're going to choose to put your money in something like housing, which isn't productive, as opposed to, being an engineer or inventing something or investing in your own education. These productive areas of the economy which are so needed, which then at the same time we have this sort of spin-off effect where as asset prices have boomed so much, it means you're spending so much of your time just trying to reach this sort of base level of economic security. It makes it so much harder to invest in yourself, to invest in ideas, to invest in new businesses, to take those kind of risks, because you're either trying to save up as much money as you can for a deposit, or once you've got a mortgage, 30, 40, 50% of your income is going on paying those mortgage repayments. Like, there is no flexibility there to be inventive or to, invest in yourself. And then when we look at the government budget as well, so much of our money our tax revenue is being siphoned off through our sort of world-leading array of tax breaks and tax concessions for the already wealthy. And that means we don't have enough money to invest in infrastructure. We just look at how big student debts have become just to see the signal that our government is sending around what's important. And if we're not investing in education or infrastructure because we don't have any money in the budget, as we're repeatedly told, then that's degrading our ability to have a productive economy. And you can add sort of science and research to that as well, like job cuts and the CSIRO, like all these really important things we're under-investing in because we have no money. But where's all the money going? It's going to these unproductive parts of the economy, like property speculation.
Thanks. Mrs. Fahey, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, a question we like to ask a lot in our organisation is who are rising property prices good for? And the answer is not young people. The higher we lift that first step on the ladder, the harder it is for our young people to have a fair start in our economy. Rising land prices mean that everything else is more expensive, and we are creating a whole lot of dead weight within our economy where so much wealth is just sitting there being this giant blob that young people have to get around. And it means that so many of the decisions that young people have to make now around their career, I've got 3 teenagers, one's just finished high school. The decision is about how do I have less debt, not what is the best thing that I can do for Australia. And it's a devastating conversation to have with young people.
Thank you. Firstly, to think forward, your submission discusses how trusts and self-managed super funds utilise the capital gains tax discount to minimise tax. Can you just run us through how that happens? And to be clear, do you think the CGT discount should be reduced or abolished in relation to trusts?
I think, our starting point is that we need to look at this holistically. And the thing about discounts and concessions is that there's some very good tax accountants out there who work for wealthy people who will always find these loopholes. And if we allow things like trusts and different rates on capital gains across different asset classes and in different areas, then they're always going to be found as a way for people to avoid paying a fair amount of tax. So our starting point is where we can, like equalisation across all asset classes, across wages, across trusts, across housing, whatever it may be, to make sure that tax avoidance can be minimised where it can be. And so our submission outlined how trusts are used as a way to even avoid the 50% discount that we've got, and that's a huge issue when you're looking at the effectiveness, but also people's trust in the tax system. And there's a lot of sentiment out in the community that I pay too much tax. Why on earth would I pay more tax? This erosion of confidence in government because they're not getting the services they want to see, and everything's costing too much. And it's because, our tax base is being eroded and chipped away at by just the raft of concessions, and that includes, I think, needing to fix trust as one way that happens.
Mrs. Fahey, did you have any thoughts on
Just
that?
a general principle that concessions create distortions, and if you're trying to put more band-aids on top of more band-aids on top of more band-aids instead of actually fixing the fundamental problem, all you're doing is creating more wealth for tax accountants.
Again, a question to both of you, and obviously Ms. Cooper and Mr. Stella should feel free to jump in at any time. We've talked about the CGT discount in a few different contexts, but are there any other elements of the tax system that either of your organisations think would be beneficial to assist with the housing crisis, to return housing to what it originally was, which was a sort of a place for people to have an affordable and safe and secure home rather than be a financial asset class?
Sure, I can start with that one. It's a tricky question to answer because there is such a spread of taxation across states and federal and councils. So Australia has made it quite hard for itself in that regard. I think in terms of government, the best place to put effort is in provision of housing for people who need it, rather than creating concession spaces which just create welfare for the wrong part of the people, the wrong part of the housing supply problem. We would certainly like the committee to consider taxation as a form of a dividend, society's dividend, rather than taking from people for what they do. We take a dividend for what we've all collectively created, and the less we do that, the more we create an incentive to rent seek. So one of the most effective forms of taxation in this space that we see is around rezoning windfall gains. We want to see a lot more of windfall gains taxation for funding things like critical infrastructure. But again, that is very much a state-based issue. Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of here with 20 plus years of lived experience of being a renter. So, you know, there's a third of the country rents. I am also, I was recently bought my first home at the age of 40. So, and I'm very upfront about the fact that that was only possible for me because both my parents died before they needed to go into aged care. So they both died relatively young. And I'm not a taxation expert, but I know that myself and the millions of other Australians who rent around this country feel like they end up subsidising the investment risk for over-leveraged landlords, and that is definitely my experience. I've, had to move because of owners selling, had major rent increases, and the biggest issue for me was living in rental properties that were so poorly maintained. I mean, I've had ceilings collapse in the middle of the night. I had chocolate tube slime growing in my bathroom, which I don't recommend Googling because it's not a nice image. Termite infestations, and landlords telling me that explicitly that it's too expensive for them to provide housing that meets minimum standards. So clearly the current system is not working for renters. And the focus on housing affordability, the conversation is always about how we can encourage more people to buy. But housing affordability is far more than just people buying. We also need to be able to support and provide a system that gives stable, affordable, healthy homes for the 1/3 of people who are going to be renting, because some people will rent for their entire lives, and in many nations around the world, being a renter for your entire life is a very feasible and financially reasonable proposition. But the tax system that we have at the moment, CGT discount, negative gearing, many other factors, all combine to mean that the only way to secure your financial security and into old age is to get onto the property market and become the kind of landlord that allows chocolate tube slime and ceilings to collapse in the middle of the night, which to me just seems manifestly unfair.
Ms Cooper, I think you said you'd recently bought your first home. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How did it feel as a renter and an aspiring first home buyer to go into the market knowing that you were competing against someone who might be buying their 100th or 200th investment property, who had in their back pocket a big publicly funded wad of cash from the government? How did that feel?
There was nothing more dispiriting than showing up to an inspection on a Saturday morning, myself and the 50 other people for these inspections, and seeing a couple in their 60s who were clearly property investors and were asking the agent about rental yields, about how easy it would be to rent out the property, because I knew, well, I'm out of the running for this property instantly. So even before I had made an offer, had even seen the paperwork, I'm like, well, there's no point pursuing this property. And I made 3 or 4 offers before I finally secured that. And again, because my parents were dead. That shouldn't be the path to this answer.
Did it feel like a fair competition, or the playing field was level?
100% no. And the survivor guilt is definitely real when you have been a renter for so long and you talk to other renters. I mean, I have awful renting stories, but every single renter in this country has a horror story like mine. People talk, landlords have it rough. Every now and then, yep, you might get a bad tenant, but every single tenant in this country has a bad experience, and every single first homeowner in this country has an experience like mine, where they've gone to an inspection on a Saturday morning, gone to an auction, looked around at the other people, and no, I'm out. Why do I even bother?
Thanks. I've got some other questions if time permits, but I might share the call with Senator Dow.
Thanks, Chair. Just while we're continuing on the theme of renting, because I think it's a really valuable point you've raised in the whole CGT argument, and renters always do seem to get missed out in these debates. It's just how can we get more people into ownership rather than how can we support the renters. And I think one of the efforts as a government we've made is really about trying to get longer term rental leases too. Do you think those sort of efforts where we sort of where new property does come online, we at least incentivise it to be available for longer term rents, which actually give people more of an ownership stake in a sense like they do see overseas?
I definitely think long-term leases are really good. I mean, the longest I've ever lived in a rental is 5 years, and that was outside. That was abnormal. Many other renters I know expect to move every 1 to 2 years. So you could be assured that I'm going to live in this place for 5 to 10 years. That's when you start to put down roots, you start to connect with your community, you start to volunteer, you do shifts at the local football club, your kids stay in the same school for more than a year or 2. That's when we can actually see that increase in productivity.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So, and I guess at the moment most rent 6 or even 12 months at the most in many cases. So, as you say, there's a threat of having to move kids out of school. There's is my employment secure if I have to move out of area? And a lot of the rental accommodation probably not necessarily close to where the employment opportunities.
No. If you're an essential worker, the stock of affordable housing, rental housing near where you work. If you worked in the centre of Melbourne or Sydney, you're an essential worker, you are going to have to be commuting an hour and a half. If you wanted to buy, if you wanted to rent, maybe slightly less. But do we want people who have just worked a 12-hour shift as a ambulance officer, as a nurse, to be then having to drive an hour at 2 a.m? That seems ridiculous to me.
Just for Mrs. Fahey, I think listening to your introduction, it sounded very much like a Georgist sort of 19th century economist, sort of very focused on capturing land value above everything else, which to me would suggest what your philosophy is much bigger than the CGT discount that we're sort of focused on in this inquiry. You think the whole tax system sort of would need to be revamped, very much honing in on a land value tax as opposed to playing around with concessions.
Yeah, congratulations. We were originally the Single Tax League of Victoria. We've changed names a number of times over the years. Yes, very much informed by the Georgist philosophy of economics. Yeah, we believe that taxing the unearned incomes or the economic rents in our community is the most efficient way of taxing and funding government. And that's beyond just land, but land and natural resources and publicly create a monopoly.
Yeah, given it's such a well-established theory, is it really taken off anywhere in the world that's sort of somewhere we can sort of, because it does sound very attractive in theory, but like people say, well, where has this worked? And I've not really been able to identify somewhere.
I think for the purposes of this committee, the best country to look at is Singapore, where Singapore, upon independence, chose to exclude the notion of private property rights as something that they wanted to carry forward as a nation. And so land values are socialised in Singapore. And in Singapore, they have a 90% home ownership rate. When the community creates value, that is capitalised by the government rather than banks or private individuals. And that works extremely well for them. Happy to provide more resources to the committee to help supplement that knowledge.
Thank you.
And again, if you look beyond housing into things like natural resources, one of course, the leading examples is Norway, where the state owns the natural resources and sells those natural resources to the market, and that funds very, very low taxation rates to the productive economy.
And in your, if you were in charge of the tax system and you could implement these changes, would you be looking at sort of a transitional type arrangement, or would you just do it overnight? Oh,
no, absolutely transition. These things should be done slowly. Revolutions generally end up in people bleeding on the streets, so we want to try and avoid that. Yeah, no, transition is a very important thing to do, and I think it's worth looking at the ACT for the way that they've got their tax structures in place for some good examples as to how to transition that.
Thank you. Back to maybe Mr. Stella or Mr. Walker. When you talked a lot about the intergenerational equity lens and how we think about it, I mean, the focus, we've talked a lot about how capital gains discount affects property, but would you see a case for treating the discount differently for other classes of assets? So maybe we can encourage younger people to get into being mini capitalists and the like and owning capital?
Our starting point is that it should be consistent across all asset classes, because we don't want to have that distortion where maybe young people decide they're going to be crypto millionaires, for example, because it's still got the discount. So I think that's the starting point, and I think if we want to help young people get ahead, that's helping them be entrepreneurs or start a business or go to university affordably. Like, it's those sorts of investments as opposed to trying to make speculating on assets more appealing to them.
Okay, so business assets you would see a case for?
Again, I'd like the consistent treatment of capital gains, and if we want to support entrepreneurship and new businesses, we can use other tools and other parts of the tax system to do that.
I guess one of the issues, often when you take entrepreneurial risk type activity, you can realise a gain in a certain point in time versus obviously with wages. You just accumulate annual income, you pay an annual tax rate, but you can be very poor for a period of years and then accrete a big gain in 1 year and then you don't have income again. So is there a way to reflect that?
Yeah, I think in terms of that spike of the capital gains, like ways to smooth that over 5 years, I think that's acceptable, and accounting for inflation, so real rates of returns, not nominal. I think they're all sort of things you could build into the design of the capital gains tax discount while still trying to keep that same sort of tax rate.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you. Thanks for your time today. Of course, the current CGT discount replaced indexation arrangements. I'm just wondering what your views are on the two, like if they were the two options on the table.
So the current 50% discount versus indexation. Yeah, we would favour strongly favour indexation in that it therefore accounts for that impact of inflation, which many economists and people say is really important to take into account because people hold assets for a long time. That does make some sense, and I think there's this argument that it's too complicated and too hard to work out, so therefore we should just have a 25% or a 40% discount. But I think with property investors can calculate depreciation. The HEX debts are inflated. There's many ways we can calculate these things easily and readily, and I don't think we should let that be a reason why we shouldn't go back to that kind of system.
In one of the previous witnesses that we'd heard from talked about, potentially restricting the discount to say one investment property where you could claim a discount, and then do you have a view on that?
Our view is that housing is so critical both to the nation and the intergenerational story that we would like to see this considered the entire tax system, all asset classes, and make reforms to the whole system through that lens of productivity and stopping wealth inequality growing between those who can dump money, because if they're not dumping money into property, it might be shares or crypto, and that inequality story is really important alongside the housing one. So if there's a choice, I would look at all asset classes, not just housing.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my other questions, so thank you for that. We've taken a view as a government that housing supply is a huge problem, and in attempting to fix that, have undertaken a pretty significant home building program. What's your view for any of the witnesses at the table on the relationship between the CGT discount and housing supply, and what do you think the impact might be on reforming CGT discount, removing it or lessening it on new housing supply?
Yeah, it's a good question again, but I think this idea that the CGT discount is really important for supply is really overinflated, where we're only seeing 1 in 8 property investor loans for building new loans. Most of it is just buying up existing properties, which doesn't add to supply. And then I haven't talked with you about this, but Prosper had this great report where they show that there's up to 100,000 properties just in Melbourne which are vacant or underused, and a lot of those are just sitting there to get the capital gains in the future. If that's no longer so profitable, maybe a lot of those houses will go back into supply for renters, so it actually boosts supply rather than reduce it. And then if we have additional money in the budget because we're not giving all this money to speculators, then that's money we can use to build social and affordable and community housing and rent it and sell it to young people and disadvantaged people, and provide a non-market option to people to get into housing.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that as well. I think it's really important that we're very clear about what we mean when we say housing supply. It is not saying you can build a house or you can get finance to build a house, or you can build a house. It's actually when someone moves into a house. And with all of the distortions that we have in our tax system, we have an inordinate amount of underutilised existing housing stock, and it's something that Prosper has long been advocating that we actually count better. As Thomas mentioned, we do a report each year called the Speculative Vacancies Report, where we use water use as a proxy for vacancy and housing in Melbourne, and routinely show over 100,000 empty homes or underused homes in metropolitan Melbourne. That is awful that we have a third of that of people sitting on the street with nowhere to live while there's empty homes sitting all around them. So we want to make sure that we are actually counting that information, and it can't just be a tiny little not-for-profit in Melbourne that is asking the questions about, are we using our land resource efficiently? Another concern that we have is about the amount of land banking that is happening within the private development sector. One of the other reports that we've done is about staged releases and looking at how large-scale development companies are drip-feeding housing onto the market to ensure that prices stay high. So whilst they get told they can build 20,000 houses, that doesn't mean they actually do. And we know that some of the large companies have got tens of thousands of empty development-ready sites sitting there ready to go, but without any decent holding charge on land, they don't need to. they can wait until the market's high enough. And we can see that happening regularly. That's a conversation that happens very out in the open within the development sector, but government's not so much understanding how big a problem that is. It's speculation that's withholding supply.
And just a final question, because I think, for me, I think we've touched quite a bit on intergenerational equity and the challenges that this brings, but I think it's worth really being explicit about it for the purposes of our work. You know, it's one thing if you have parents who owned their own home, but for many, that's their parents, their grandparents, you know, have never and will never own their own home. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about that kind of intergenerational inequality and how a policy like CGT might feed that inequality.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talk about it in the divide that it's created between, so the intergenerational element is about timing. So if you happen to be in Australia at the right time to buy a property at the same time, and those prices went through the roof because of things like the CGT discount and other reforms of that era, you're able to buy a second or third property, you're encouraged to provide for your own retirement. Like, that system has actually worked very well for people. And a lot of that wealth will be passed on as inheritances over the next 10, 20 years, already is through gifts to help young people buy their first home. But because of that inflating of asset prices, particularly housing, people who don't have access to capital from their parents, or a normal wage is no longer enough to save up a deposit, like, they are completely locked out of that. And housing is so fundamental to economic security, it's so fundamental to our retirement system that you're going to have people who don't buy a home who are reaching retirement and can't afford to retire because of how essential housing is. And it's just really tearing at sort of the social fabric of our society, that kind of inequality, that rewarding speculation and property investing versus work, and denying that opportunity to people because they don't have wealth to lean on. It's a problem now, it's only going to get worse.
Thank you.
We've just got a couple of minutes left, but Mr. Walker, your submission recommends removing the CGT discount. We've had other submissions that recommend sort of reining it in, or, you know, reducing the discount but not removing it or abolishing it entirely. Can you just talk us through your thinking on why you think a complete removal is more beneficial in terms of things you're trying to achieve rather than just a scaling down?
Yeah, I've talked to a range of experts, and there's a whole suite of different ways we could grandfather it or phase it in, or different rates. There's a whole bunch of different ways of doing it. But our position is that overriding one, that we have some reason made a decision as a country that we're going to prioritise and reward wealth accumulation over work, and we just think that's wrong. And a key principle we should have is that someone's work and effort, a nurse or a teacher or an engineer, they should pay the same tax rates as someone who's got a couple of $1 million worth of capital and are buying and selling assets and earning their income that way. We should not differentiate between those two things. So that's the starting point, that we need to remove the discount and count capital gains as normal income, just like income from work. And then if there's arguments around accounting for inflation or smoothing out gains over 5 years to make it more palatable, sure, but our overriding position is we should scrap it altogether.
Thanks, that's really clear. Thank you. Mrs. Fay, did you have any reflections on that question?
Yeah, I mean, what he said. But also I just really want to re-emphasise that when we're talking about capital gains, we are predominantly talking about land gains. The purpose of the capital gains discount was to encourage business productivity, but most business capital is into a depreciating asset. If I set up a cafe and I buy a coffee machine, that's a piece of capital that's going to allow me to generate income. It's going to depreciate as an asset, unless it becomes some kind of weird hipster trendy coffee machine that I can get a speculative value off, but most of the time that is not the case. So we really want to make sure we're treating those two things separately.
And perhaps, Mrs. Fay, just because of what you've told us about your organisation's sort of philosophical underpinnings, just a housing supply question. I acknowledge that CGT discount in the context of housing is predominantly a demand side measure rather than a supply side measure, although it does impact on supply. are supply side policies that rely on developers being willing to release enough land that that would lower prices. I mean, is that ever going to happen? Or ultimately, don't we need governments to step in and just build the bloody things?
Yes. Taking my Prosper hat off, it completely confuses me and perplexes me as to why we treat housing different from health and education. Housing is what we all need. It's what children need to be able to grow up safe and healthy and do the education that they need. And why we don't see that as core government business is beyond me. I think it's absolutely the most cost-effective thing for government is to direct provision of public housing for those that need it.
To be fair, Mr Walker, I should offer you an opportunity to respond to that if you wish.
No, I agree. Housing is essential community infrastructure that the government should have a much bigger role in providing directly. I mean, we used to do it as a nation. We used to provide housing for the middle class and disadvantaged people to get a foothold in the market because it's so essential to people's lives. And I think a return to that kind of ethos, as opposed to trying to tweak tax concessions and handouts to property investors who then might provide housing, is clearly not working, and we should do something different.
I should offer Ms Cooper and Mr Stella an opportunity if you have any reflections on that in a brief time.
I mean, ditto. Yeah, I mean, I know, like, if I had been looking for a home in 1950s Australia, then I could have been provided public housing that was built by the government, either to rent from the government or to purchase, and could have then freed up another home for a first home owner who had built wealth through work. But that's not the case today.
Yeah, very quickly, agree, ditto, but I would just add one quick point, which is that we've seen the tremendous effects of an accessible housing market during the 60s, 70s and 80s, but we're now living through a live experiment of what happens when that ceases. And I think what we're seeing, what we'll continue to see, is a lack of dynamism and a lack of risk-taking from young people, because too much of their income is being sucked away to something where it shouldn't be. And so to the extent we can have government involved in getting that solving that problem for young people, they will be able to do more interestingly, more imaginative things in our economy.
All right, well, thank you all on behalf of the Senate and the committee for taking the time to come in today. Mrs Fahey, I think you might have offered generously to provide further evidence to the committee on one particular matter. If you do intend to follow through on that, I'll just let you know that any other additional information would need to be received by Thursday the 5th of March. But again, thanks all for coming in. We really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I'll now invite representatives from the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union and Per Capita. Well, good afternoon, folks. Thanks very much for coming in this afternoon. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start at this end.
Thank you. My name is Hamish Gamble. I am the National Economic Research Officer at the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union.
Thanks. Joshua Newton. I'm the National Coordinator of Legal and Research for the AMWU.
I'm Wessa Chow, Executive Director at Per Capita.
And I'm Lucas Lort-Mendez, Research Associate at Per Capita.
All right, thanks very much. Does any or all of you wish to make an opening statement for the committee today? Mr. Gamble?
Yeah. Thank you, Senators. I'd first like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we're on, the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay respects to their ancestors and elders past and present. I extend this acknowledgement, respect and solidarity to all Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island people here today. First, an apology from National Secretary Steve Murphy for being unable to be here today. But as I said, my name is Hamish Gamble. I'm National Economics Research Officer, and with me today is Josh Newton, National Senior Coordinator of the National Research Centre of the AMWU. Together we make up more than the 60,000 members of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. We live and work in every region of Australia. A house is not capital in the same way that the stock market or machinery are capital. A house is a place to live. But our tax incentives treat them as financial assets, as tools for speculation, as investments and vehicles for accumulating wealth. Wealthy investors and property developers treat the housing market like their own personal casino. And just like at the casino, the house always wins. As such, we're advocating for the removal of the capital gains tax discount to be abolished on housing. The right to a safe, secure and stable place to live should be as fundamental as the right to clean air and fresh water. Over the past 4 decades, successive governments have transformed houses from a place to call home to an asset to speculate on for financial gain. Such speculation has driven houses out of the reach of working families, contributed to social upheaval and divided Australia into 2 distinct economic groups, those who own and those who don't. In the 1950s, a worker on the minimum wage needed to work for about 10 weeks to afford the median house. In 2025, that requirement has risen to 830 weeks, almost 16 years. This is not a fight between generations, but a fight between classes. Nearly a quarter of all investment properties are owned by only 1% of taxpayers. The policy discussion in Australia for improving housing affordability has held its focus only on increasing supply through deregulation of zoning and planning requirements, no doubt boosted by wealthy investors and property developers. At the same time, the discussion has ignored the impact that tax incentives have on the demand side of the housing market, not only on prices, but on behaviour, the way we think and the way we talk about houses. We don't wish to cast as enemies those who have made the decision to invest in housing as a means of securing their financial independence. They've done nothing more than respond to the policy environment and sought to protect their family. The problem is not individual actors, but the rules of the game which have been set up to create housing as a speculative asset, keeping prices high through increased demand and allowing property developers, real estate agents and wealthy investors to profit from denying working people the dignity of home ownership. Australia's model of housing provision, supported by current tax policy, enables and maintains housing as a vehicle for wealth accumulation through both direct and indirect assistance. These settings encourage investors to borrow to defer their tax bills and lower their effective tax rate. Without substantial and real changes to the way we think and talk about housing through the removal of the CGT discount on housing, the economic and social opportunity of home ownership will continue to fall out of reach for most workers. And with home ownership increasingly seen as an important determination of life chances, we risk leaving a generation impoverished. We welcome the opportunity to participate in the Select Committee on the operation of the capital gains tax discount and look forward to contributing to the discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Gamble. Dr. Chow?
Yep. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the operations of capital gains tax discount, and I also want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. At Per Capita, our work is grounded in a simple proposition, and that is Australia functions best when opportunity is broadly shared and when our institution, including our tax system, operate fairly. Wealth inequality is one of the most significant structural challenges of our country today. While there's no single policy that is solely responsible, but we believe that the design of the capital gains tax plays a meaningful role in shaping how wealth is accumulated and also distributed. And we believe that reducing the capital gains tax discount from 50% to 25% is a measured and responsible reform. It would not abolish the discount, but it would correct a concession that we think is overly generous. At present, around 90% of the value of the capital gains tax discount flows to individuals in the top 20% of the income distribution. In other words, very substantial tax expenditure overwhelmingly benefits those already at the top. And at the same time, income derived from work is taxed at full marginal rate. And so in effect, we're taxing income derived from labour more heavily than income derived from capital. The imbalance between labour income and capital income raises serious equity concerns. A 25% discount would maintain an incentive to invest while improving the fairness of the system. There's also a strong fiscal case for reform. The Commonwealth budget is under sustained pressure driven by demographic changes, rising health and aged care costs, and structural revenue constraints as well. Meanwhile, bracket creep continues to increase tax burden on working Australians as nominal wage growth pushes them into higher tax brackets without corresponding increase in purchasing power. Reducing the capital gains tax discount would raise in order of about $6.5 billion, according to Grattan Institute, and we believe the amount is about the same. The revenue would be directed towards offsetting the bracket creep with income tax relief or towards strengthening other essential services like aged care and health services. In other cases, it would ease pressure on working households and rather than intensifying it. It is also important to acknowledge that some form of discount is defensible. Capital gains are realised over time, and inflation erodes the real value of savings. However, a flat 50% discount more than compensates for inflation. A 25% discount would be more consistent with bank savings, while reducing the structural bias in favour of capital gains over other forms of income. We also need to consider the housing market. The current setting, particularly when combined with negative gearing, encourage speculative investment in property. The Henry Tax Review found current policy settings cause investors to chase capital gains in housing, which contributes to high volatility of the housing market. The dynamic contributes to higher housing prices and reduces access for first home buyers. We are already seeing the consequences of this, especially home ownership to younger Australians, which has been decreasing. Moderating the capital gains tax discount would dampen the speculative incentive and help rebalance the system towards secure housing rather than capital appreciation. And finally, there's also clear evidence that the public understand the need for reform. Per capita's 2024 annual tax survey found that 60% of Australians are willing to pay more tax if it is directed towards improving health and aged care reforms. And reducing the capital gains tax discount is one of those most supported by people. That reflects that a community expectation that tax concession could be justified, proportionate and aligned with the national interests. In summary, reducing the capital gains tax discount to 25% would improve equality, strengthen the budget, ease pressure on working Australians, and contribute to a fairer housing market. It is a pragmatic reform that balances efficiency with fairness, and we commend this to the committee for serious consideration. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here. In the interest of full disclosure, I am one of the 60,000 odd members of the AMW, so it's great to have you here today. And yeah, really appreciate all of you being here and contributing to this inquiry. So I have some questions for the AMW, but I'm happy for you, Ms. Chow, and for you also to contribute. So in the AMW's submission to the inquiry, make the claim that the CGT discount distorts the housing market. Could you perhaps talk us through in a bit more detail exactly how that happens and what kind of behaviour the CGT discount encourages in our housing market?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So the CGT discount, in our view, applying that to housing equates houses as an investment opportunity equivalent to other forms of capital investment, so things like the stock market. And this distorts how we think about housing. Is a house a place to live, a place to call home, or is it a way to generate wealth? Housing is also seen as sort of a safer investment than other forms of capital. So, the phrase "safe as houses" comes to mind. It's easier to understand. We have an entire industry of real estate support services to help individuals, and I think workers and investors understand that people always need a place to live. So that sort of gives security to the investment decision towards housing, perhaps away from other forms of capital. Though past performance is not indicative of future performance, but certainly historical house price increases encourage investment in housing as a way to sort of get on the property ladder. And because housing is seen as a way to generate wealth and in some cases to minimise tax, individuals treat it as such. So that's where the distortion comes in. First home buyers are forced to compete with investors for property, and that results in increased prices. And we have, at best, stagnant real wages. I think the wage data came out late last week. And we had a real wage decrease, for 2025. So it's no surprise that working families have sought an alternative to providing themselves with financial security and stability. As I said in my introduction, though, we're not, blaming working families for their decision to invest, and we don't wish to cast them as the enemy.
Thank you. And what are your views on the role that capital gains tax discount has on housing inequality in our country?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we think that the distortion in the housing market is in favour of investors and speculators, and it's through that mechanism that the CGT discount impacts on equality in Australia. So the ability to purchase a house is increasingly out of reach for Australians who don't already own one. The rate of home ownership in Australia peaked in the 1970s and has been in decline since the early 2000s. The benefit of the CGT discount flows primarily through to high-income workers, so there's a distributional impact as well. And we think that the combination of the CGT discount with negative gearing allows investors to defer their taxable income into the future. So you swap income tax now for a discounted income tax through capital gains tax in the future. So if you hold your asset for long enough to a point where you've retired and you're sort of in a lower marginal tax rate than you were when you purchased the house, then that's a pretty significant discount that you've received on your income tax over that period. We've seen some research that shows that a house in Sydney earned more through rent and capital gains than the average worker in 16 out of 29 quarters in the period prior to June 2019. So that's especially unfair, we think, to those who are required to work for a living and can't afford to own their own home. And I think from an equity point of view, as in equity in a house, individuals who have invested are able to extract the gains that they've made through property price increases and use that money to further speculate in the housing market. And that's an opportunity that is not afforded to those who don't own.
Okay, thank you. You talked a little bit in your answer there about some of the other parts of our tax system that, perhaps along with capital gains tax arrangements feed this kind of intergenerational inequity that we see. Perhaps both for the AMW and also for per capita, what's your view about how other tax arrangements and capital gains tax discount kind of work together to create the circumstances we're talking to?
Sure. Thanks, Senator. So removing the CGT discount on housing, we don't think that's necessarily the only way to address housing affordability. There's a raft of policy options available, but we're focused specifically on the CGT discount on housing as a way to signal behavioural change in the housing market. So that's also why we're advocating for the discount to be removed completely rather than a reduction in the discount, because we want to send a strong signal about the appropriate direction of capital investment.
Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, so from our perspective, I think the capital gains tax obviously also works in conjunction with negative gearing as well. But we think that particularly with the discount, is a more appropriate way to rebalance the tax system, and also just talking a little bit about what we the questions before. If we have a look at the housing prices in the past 20 years, it's really grown in comparison to wage growth, and so from that perspective, I think being able to actually readjust the capital gains tax would have significant impact on how many people would actually become investors to get into a housing market.
I might just add, in terms of the broader tax system as well, all taxes, or at least most taxes, have some economic costs. And the way we really want to design our tax system is to have higher taxes on the less economically costly taxes, and vice versa. Now, capital gains tax, particularly on property, because it is mostly a tax on land gains, and I'm happy to go a bit more into that later. You've also heard from Prosper before. That's a very non-distortionary way to tax. Whereas something like income tax, maybe some other business taxes as well, could potentially be more distortionary, and so we probably want to shift that balance a bit as well.
In most of the submissions, and you know, the purpose of this inquiry really is very much focused on housing, but I'm interested in whether you have views on the, you know, any, I guess the CGT discount as it applies to other types of capital gain.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. For us, we're purely focused on the removal of the CGT discount on housing, not touching it for other assets, as a way to incentivise behaviour change, right? We want individuals to be investing either into themselves through education, taking up, you know, opening a small business, or directing their capital into more productive forms away from housing as a sort of investment.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we do think the strongest case to reduce discount applies to property because of the positive impact to home ownership, and that's one of the key reasons why we think that is. Discount on property also funnels investment into speculative property on price growth, and so it doesn't improve innovation and productivity. And in other asset types, we think the most compelling argument for lowering discount is to address inequality, and this applies to all assets and not just property as well. So just, you know, putting that on the table as well. And there are also other ways to encourage investment and productivity activity. For example, secondary earner parents also face significant disincentive to work more hours because of how we temper childcare benefits. So we could spend additional revenue from the capital gains tax discount to fix this, which could also improve female participation in the workforce.
You raised a point about you know, encouraging investment in more productive assets, and that was certainly a theme in lots of the submissions that we've received to this inquiry. And I know the AMW, you talked about a reform, about how reforming the CGT discount might encourage that investment in more productive assets, and I probably wouldn't be it would probably be a missed opportunity for me not to ask you, how do you see that being of benefit, I guess? Like, what does that actually, for ordinary people who might be listening to this, what is investing in a more productive asset, or like manufacturing, for example, or what benefit does that bring to particularly workers, but also the economy more broadly?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So I guess, yeah, talking specifically about manufacturing, there's a couple of benefits that we could see from redirecting investment away from housing towards the manufacturing industry. The first thing to talk about there is sovereign capability, right? We want to redevelop an industrial base in this country so that we have sovereign capability to produce the goods and services that we need to support the high quality of life that we have in Australia. Additionally, I think there's also the issue of, kind of broader global macroeconomic concerns, like decarbonisation, for example. It's going to be very difficult to decarbonise Australia without a strong manufacturing industry, and we think there's sort of a circular benefit there to be gained between rebuilding a manufacturing industry, utilising the capabilities that we develop through investment, and applying those capabilities towards meeting a national goal like the reduction of reduction of carbon emissions to aid our climate goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very similar to what's been said, particularly around decarbonisation and the investment into that type of area. We want to have more investors going into wind farms, into solar energy, and so encouraging that type of investment is good for the country, and particularly also around the changes in AI, in technology. We want more people to be investing in those type of areas as well, so we don't want to be discouraging people in that area.
Thank you. That's it from me.
Senator, can I make one comment?
Yes, please.
I think from our perspective as well, one of the things we would really like to be considered is the fact that gross fixed capital formation has fallen off a cliff since the 1970s. We've had huge issues in regards to investment, so any settings which could be put in place in order to move capital in that direction away from an unproductive asset is obviously one we'd be incredibly supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First couple of questions from me to folks from Per Capita, although please, if other witnesses would like to jump in and offer a view, feel free. But the Per Capita submission said that reducing the CGT discount would have little to no effect on rent prices. You'd be aware that a favourite argument of proponents of the status quo is, won't someone think of the poor renters? Don't you understand this is going to mean that property investors are going to put rents up? Could you speak to that, please, and explain to the committee why it is you think it'll have little to no impact on rents?
Well, yeah.
So in terms of the short-run impact, if there may well be some investors who decide to sell their property because they no longer expect there to be as significant gains. Now, if you think about what's going to happen to that property, they will either sell to another investor, in which case you don't have any change in rental supply, or they'll sell to a first-home buyer, in which case you have one less renter, but also one less rental property, but also one less renter. So again, there's no change in supply, or the balance of supply and demand. Now, over the longer run, there's a question of how, if house prices are lower, how does that affect rental supply? We don't think there would be much effect on rents at all, and that's because capital improvements, so that's building property, renovating property, that's actually deductible from capital gains tax. So capital gains, the actual tax itself is really a tax on the gain in land value over time, and this is building heavily on the work that Prosper Australia is leading, who you heard from before. And so what that means is there's a broad economic literature on why taxes on land values don't affect development activity, don't affect rents, and so we don't really expect there to be much, if any, effect on rents over the longer run.
If we could just speak to that a little bit. So I agree with our friends from Per Capita. I'd ask sort of a similar question. Is investment in housing, so people that invest in housing as an investment, does that lead to the construction of new rental dwellings, which would increase total stock? Or are investors purchasing pre-existing homes and sort of swapping them around, which maybe change who owns what or who lives where, but doesn't actually impact on the total stock? So the most recent data, which is up until the December 2025 quarter, suggests that 82.3% of new loans to investors are for the purchase of pre-existing owner-occupied properties. And with loans to investors accounting for 40% of all housing finance commitments, we think that on the balance, if there's a reduction in individuals choosing to invest through the result of this change, that probably won't flow through significantly to rents. I'd also add, and this is using some slightly older data, but kind of across Australia's economic history, about 20% of an individual's income has been spent on rents, and that's been pretty consistent across periods with high price growth in the housing market as well as periods of decline. Unfortunately, the Survey of Income and Housing for 22-23 isn't being released by the ABS, so I'm not able to give you the most recent data point on that, but certainly historically we don't really see much interaction between rental prices and house prices.
All right, thank you. And again to per capita, I wanted to ask about your observation that some investors are delaying selling investment properties until they hit retirement, which obviously means they're going to pay a lower marginal tax rate. You've obviously submitted that we should reduce the CGT discount to 25%, but are there any other policy levers that you think would address that challenge?
The challenge of...
The challenge of people choosing to delay selling an investment property until they hit retirement and therefore paying a lower marginal tax.
Well, yeah, one major one would be in how we tax superannuation as well. So currently, superannuation earnings up to a principal of 2 million are actually completely tax exempt in retirement. And so if you hold your property in a self-managed super fund until retirement and then sell it at that point, the capital gains on that are actually completely tax-free, which is an even bigger discount. So we would advocate for a change in policy there as well.
All right, thank you. Don't feel obliged, Mr. Gamble or Mr. Newton, but if you do wish to offer some observations, feel free. You're good? Okay. Well, I've got one for both of you, or either of you, relating to your submission. The banks are making kind of eye-watering profits out of rising land prices, which the CGT discount is certainly contributing to, arguably turbocharging. Can you talk us through your views on the banks collecting basically all this economic rent out of the housing crisis?
Thank you. Yeah, look, I think it's a really challenging situation, and obviously it's having a whole series of financial capacity going upwards. I think, though, one of the comments we'd have in regard to the CGT discount is that we don't see a change in the policy, even the one which we're articulating, having a significant effects in prices in the short term at least. Perhaps in the long term we see a likely move towards stabilisation, which obviously will have an effect in that context. But we probably don't see it as the primary reason for the policy which we're advocating for.
Yep. Do you think it would result in house prices being lower than they otherwise would be if the CGT discount was either abolished or reined in?
Yes, we do. I think if you look at the long-run data from when this policy was introduced, it's pretty clear that there was a distortionary effect which led to significantly higher prices than there otherwise would have been. That's our view.
Yep. All right. Folks from per capita, feel free.
We think it will stabilise over time as well, but pass to you.
Yeah, just building on that point, if you look at earnings versus house prices, there's a very big split just as the CGT discount of 50% was introduced. Now, interest rates have fallen over the same period, so it's hard to say which of those two is the more significant effect, but we certainly think it's likely that the CGT discount has contributed to that. I don't think we would have too much to say on banks specifically, but the point I'd like to make is just that when people see their land values go up over time, it's not necessarily or almost certainly not because of anything that they've done to the land to make it more valuable, rather that it's because of government infrastructure. Sometimes it might be upzoning or might be population growth that's causing land values to go up and these big increases in wealth over time.
Thank you. Senator Dowling has a couple of questions, and then I'll just indicate that Senator Bragg is attending remotely and he also has a couple of questions. So, Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. a lot of this discussion's been framed in terms of intergenerational equity, and I think that the government's already recognised that with 3 rounds of personal income tax cuts, 20% cut to student debt. In terms of the sort of hierarchy of actions that could be taken to improve intergenerational equity, what would you sort of have at the top, and where would a CGT discount fit in that hierarchy?
Well, I think CGT is probably one of the most significant, partly because, I mean, in terms of, for example, housing supply, obviously having more supply is always going to be very important when it comes to housing. But in the short term, I think CGT is one area that we can use as a mechanism to create that balance. Yeah. Do you have anything else to add?
I think it also really depends on what we end up spending the revenue on, and how much revenue we get from it as well, which is going to depend on whether or not we have grandfathering arrangements. If we get a significant amount of revenue and we can spend that on potentially some further income tax cuts, we have seen an increase in effective tax rates over time for wage earners, and so the income tax cuts that have happened haven't kept up with bracket creep, and that's particularly led to some, also along with how tapering works for secondary earners, some very high effective marginal tax rates for parents. So we think bringing some of that income back to working parents would be just about top of the list, and that's really helping people when they most need their income, when they're looking after a growing family. We think there's some other reforms that could be made to the tax system that would bring in further revenue as well, and we need some of that revenue for our aged care and NDIS too.
I don't know if you want to add to that. But
yeah, thanks, Senator. I must admit that we haven't done a ranking of our preferred policy options or even our non-preferred policy options, but I guess I'd just like to reiterate that sort of we're advocating for the abolition of capital gains tax on housing only as a way to sort of signal a behavioural change in the way that individuals invest. So I think primarily, you know, from a behavioural point of view, I think certainly abolishing the capital gains tax discount on housing sends a pretty strong signal to the market that houses are not a place to invest money as a way to generate wealth, and you should consider putting your money into other more productive forms.
Senator, just to add to that, I think the other difference between our opinion and that of our colleagues, or the way that we've looked at this matter, is we're seeing it less as an intergenerational issue and more as a class issue. We've seen that if you are a retiree who does not own their own home, your chances of poverty are significantly higher than other retirees. So I think that's really the framing that we're wanting to look at this issue through, is everybody has a right to a house, everybody has a right to dignity, and this is an intergenerational battle. It's a class battle.
And just in terms of the manufacturing industry itself, is it an issue in terms of the actual workforce being able to access affordable accommodation near where the work opportunities actually are?
I would have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
And in terms of, do you see a change to the discount would actually potentially see capital flow into areas like manufacturing, or are there other bigger issues that are preventing investment into the manufacturing sector?
Yeah, I definitely think it would likely see a flow of capital into the manufacturing sector, which obviously we'd be very keen to see, and I think most Australians would be. Obviously, there are other policy settings. We're really happy with the way in which government's gone about introducing things like FMIA, and we're really rebuilding that sovereign capability, but I definitely think it's part of the picture. As I said earlier, since 1970 or so, our gross fixed capital formation has really declined. So any policy levers that can move us towards that direction where we're getting that capital investment we need is brilliant.
Okay, so it's really, to characterise your argument, it's really a housing versus other investment classes is what you're trying to skew the balance there.
I think that's part of it, but I think, as I said, the primary framing from us and the primary way through which we look at this issue is housing is a human right. If you don't have shelter, you have nothing. So that's probably the primary way through we look at it. But obviously, the flow-on effect of capital moving from an unproductive asset to like housing into something more productive like manufacturing is obviously a wonderful side effect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Dowling. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. On page, I think it's page 7 of your submission, this is AMWU, you say capital investment into housing means there's less capital available to invest in more productive sectors of Australia's economy. So are you making the point that you think that investing in housing is not a productive industry?
Thank you for your question, Senator. The proposition which we are seeking to advance is that housing is a fixed asset. When you invest in a house, you're not making a more productive company, you're not creating the jobs you would, for example, if you see it invest within the manufacturing sector. So if we can change tax policy settings in order to have that money going through, obviously the determinants of productivity on a high level, R&D, fiscal capital investment, so anything which can have fiscal capital investment going into these sorts of sectors is obviously something which we see as advantageous.
Sure. But isn't there a massive housing shortage? So don't we need to build more houses? So we need more housing supply. So surely taking away investment from that sector would be bad, wouldn't it?
Well, I might pass over to my colleague who spoke earlier about the way in which supply and investment interact.
Yeah, so thanks, Senator. A couple of points I guess we'd like to make on supply, and its relation to prices specifically. So in Australia, between 1997 and 2019, new housing supply in Australia exceeded population growth by 450,000 houses. So houses per person increased over that time by 5.5%. Unfortunately, that period of oversupply did not coincide with a reduction in prices. So we like to be a little bit cautious on sort of suggesting that the market is a purely supply-based market where supply is the only thing which influences prices. Further, because houses are built to order, we find that supply is responsive to demand. So, demand decreases for new homes in favour of existing homes. So that means fewer new houses will be purchased and decreasing supply. So there is this sort of interaction between supply, which is kind of overstated, I think, in the policy debate.
Sure, but I mean, isn't it dangerous language for you to be using to say that some things are productive or unproductive, given that everyone agrees that we're not building enough houses? In fact, this year we're going to be 30,000 odd short on the housing target. We'll be lucky to get 180,000 new dwellings. We need to be getting closer to 280,000 dwellings. So, I mean, isn't the task ahead of us to get more investment into housing rather than scaring it away?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think there are other options that we can look at in terms of increasing housing supply. So some of our colleagues have spoken today about the revenue generated from the removal of capital gains tax discount on housing, and we think there is a role for government in the provision of public housing. So one of the issues that we face with private developers...
But sorry, can I just check a point with you? I mean, it's not revenue generated, it's revenue foregone. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Senator. The issue that we're talking about here... No, I'm lost.
Sorry,
so could you repeat the interjection, please?
No, go ahead.
Senator Bragg, if you could just repeat your original question.
Oh, then the question is, why would we be wanting to scare investment away from a sector that needs more investment to build more houses?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So the point that I was getting towards is that we think there's a role for government in the provision of housing. Private developers being in control of supply means that we're creating a situation where supply is determined by individuals whose mandate is to maximise profit. They don't have a mandate to maximise meeting demand in the market. And that's always going to be the case with private developers. So we think there is a role for the public provision of housing. A public provider. We've done it before in Australia. We've had social housing and public housing. What we're looking for is a public provider who is mandated to compete on price, but is not subject to profit maximisation. A public developer, a public owner can maximise meeting demand for new houses.
Okay, so
Senator Bragg, sorry to interrupt, Senator Bragg. Just per capita, wish to just make an observation in relation to your question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
So absolutely contributing more to housing supply is very important. The question that we would raise is whether or not the capital gains tax discount would do that, and also whether it's the most effective way to do that. Now, our understanding is that when an investor or a developer is deciding whether or not to build on their property, the capital improvements that they might make are deductible from capital gains tax, which means that capital gains tax is essentially, at least mostly, a tax on the gain in land value, and so reducing the capital gains tax discount should not affect whether or not they decide to engage in that development activity.
And also, just to add as well, and I agree, the supply the supply of housing is a problem. But if we think about, and there are other mechanisms to actually improve on that, and one of them is just having a look at the Victorian state government, where they're allowing people to the development to increase in certain areas, and making it easier for some of these developments to start. And I think those mechanisms have also an impact on the supply issue, and we don't think that the capital gains tax discount will actually have too much impact on it.
So I'm not sure we'll be taking economic policy lessons from Victoria, but I think my question is then, so the AMWU is suggesting the removal of the capital gains tax discount in a grandfather way, I understand. So are you also advocating this same solution for the superannuation funds?
Can you please repeat the question? I'm sorry, there
was just a bit of a loud banging here, Senator Bragg. If you could repeat the question, please.
Sorry, my understanding is that the AMWU is suggesting that the capital gains tax discount be removed altogether in relation to housing, but grandfathered over some time. Are you also recommending that the capital gains tax discount for super funds be eliminated?
The scope of our submission in this context is limited to housing, so we don't have any comment to make in regards to more broader considerations pertaining to the capital gains tax discount.
Okay, is that because you would have
Senator Bragg, I think...
Spirit Super.
Senator Bragg, there is a slight problem with your reception. I think it may be at your end. Is it possible for you to just try asking that question again, please?
Okay, sorry, Chair. Might have to give up. So my question is, have you taken into account any conflicts of interest that you might want to declare in relation to the AMWU's association and board directorships of CBUS, Spirit Super, and possibly other super funds?
As we said, the position of the AMWU is that housing is a human right, and consequently the scope of the submission has been in relation to the capital gains discount on housing, and we haven't gone beyond that consideration. As the point was made before, there's a whole series of issues with capital flow into other areas which have led us to the challenges we have at the moment. I think you and everyone else would be supportive of the notion of improving capital inflow to ensure that our labour productivity grows.
Sure, I just think it's a matter of, reasonable public debate that people are aware of potential conflicts. They may not be real, but they could be potential. You appear to be wanting to change one tax arrangement for individuals, but leave it in place in relation to a particular type of vehicle in which you have an interest. So anyway, I'll leave that as a comment. Thank you, Chair.
I don't think that's specific, though. I think the point of our submission is that it is particular to housing, and there are naturally a whole series of avenues through which one can hold and invest in other forms of assets. That's not exclusive to superannuation.
All right,
Well, they use a discount, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Bragg, and thanks to all the witnesses on behalf of the committee and the Senate. Thanks for your time today and for sharing your expertise with us. And the committee will now suspend until 3 o'clock. Thanks, folks. The committee is back in session, and I'll just catch up with myself. And we'll recommence with Associate Professor Catherine James. Dr. James, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yeah, I'm Catherine James. I'm an Associate Professor from the Melbourne Law School, but I appear in my personal capacity.
Thanks very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement.
Thanks, Senator McKim. To summarise my submission, the CGT discount was an ill-thought-out tax concession designed to stimulate investment rather than address the usual issues associated with taxing capital gains on a realisation basis. That is, to capture the real rather than nominal gain and avoid shifting a taxpayer into a higher tax threshold when a lump sum gain is realised in a given income year, which Senator Dowling has referred to earlier today. The discount fulfils neither purpose. A 50% discount that applies after certain assets are held for just 1 year overcompensates for inflation and shifting, especially on assets held over a short term, and leads to negative revenue, distributional and economic consequences which have been broadly canvassed across the submissions, but include foregoing nearly $25 billion in revenue a year, with just over 80% benefiting the top 10% of income earners and 60% benefiting the top 1% of income earners. It has also distorted asset prices, which attract the discount, as we've seen with the rise in house prices, spurred on by investors who can immediately offset losses at their top marginal rate against all sources of income, including labour income, through negative gearing, and then defer taxation on gains, which itself yields compounding economic benefits, and then pay tax on only half the amount of the realised gain. And I argue that the capital gains discount undermines the revenue integrity and progressivity of the income tax by removing half of the gain from taxation and thereby effectively reducing marginal tax rates. So to illustrate with an example which excludes the Medicare levy and surcharge just for simplicity, a nurse who earns an average salary of $100,000 per year from her labour income pays tax at an effective rate of just under 21%. An investor who is already on the top marginal rate, so already earning over $190,000 a year, who in addition realises a $100,000 capital gain through the sale of an asset, pays tax on that gain at just 22.5%. That is, they pay tax at almost exactly the same effective rate on the same amount of money, despite one earning more than 3 times than the other. Finally, Senator McKim has referred to the property investor who flips an investment property after a year. If that's the sole income for the year, the realisation of that capital gain, they pay an effective tax rate of just 5.8%. It is hard to justify this differential treatment. Consequently, I argue that the discount should be either amended or removed through a principles-based approach, which requires us to ask, what is the policy goal we're trying to achieve? In answering this, I'm going to take a step back to first principles and state that capital gains are simply income. Under the traditional benchmark we use in tax policy, an increase in the value of an asset increases an individual's economic resources, just as earning a salary does. We should tax a buck in the same way, irrespective of its source, whether it's from selling your labour or selling a share. We needed to introduce separate capital gains tax into our income tax legislation because judges excluded capital gains from the definition of income. Our tax system is generally based on taxing nominal gains that flow from certain activities like labour, business or interest income from investments. If, as I argue, the policy goal is to maintain the revenue-raising integrity and progressivity of our tax system, noting that the income tax is the only tax that achieves both these goals, then we should tax real capital gains as they accrue. It's simple, fair and reduces tax planning. For practical reasons, many countries haven't done this, but that doesn't mean we can't, and with advances in technology, we now can, as we do so with the treatment of debt under the taxation of financial arrangement rules in our income tax legislation, and originally proposed to do so under the initial version of the Division 296 superannuation reforms. If the policy goal for the CGT discount is to try to only capture real rather than nominal gains on realised gains, As a second best, then we might use indexation and or averaging, as we've done in the past, and as we do for other sorts of income, such as the income of primary producers. But then you might ask, why don't we apply this across the tax system consistently? And we tax nominal gains when we tax interest income. We don't adjust income tax rate thresholds for inflation. And why don't we extend the same approach to labour income? For example, we once used to tax labour income more lightly than passive investment income on the basis that you can earn the latter even if you were sick or injured. Now, the only people who pay the tax rates on the statute books are pay-as-you-go income earners whose employers deduct the tax and pay it to the government on their behalf. And if the policy goal is to tax capital income more lightly than labour income to stimulate investment, then we might ask, is this desirable? And is a tax concession the best way to do this? The arguments for taxing capital income more lightly than labour income are increasingly disputed. Empirical evidence consistently shows that taxing capital income affects tax planning behaviour more so than underlying substantive economic behaviour. And evidence from OECD countries, who for the past 4 decades have all moved to tax capital gains preferentially, consistently shows inequality increasing, especially with the share going to the top 10% and 1% of income earners who generate the majority of capital gains. This issue is obviously exacerbated in Australia because we don't have effective wealth transfer taxation or intergenerational wealth taxation, which exacerbates intergenerational inequality. And on the tax concession question, we might flip this around and ask, would the government pay the top 10% of income earners the better part of $20 million a year to buy houses, to rent out to Australians on average or below average incomes, while increasing the value of their property portfolio and driving up rents and house prices? In summary, there's almost no principal basis to retain the discount in its current form, and there is a strong argument to remove or modify it in a manner which preserves the revenue integrity and fairness of the tax system. I welcome your questions.
Thanks very much, Dr. James. I might start us off with a couple, and I'm sure my colleagues will have some questions. Look, firstly, at a broad level, your submission and in fact your opening statement both refer to inequality, both across and within generations. Would you say, I mean, the Commonwealth Tax Code is a kind of a sprawling and complex thing that, you know, I'm sure you have a greater understanding of it certainly than I do. Would you say the capital gains tax discount is one of the major drivers of inequality in the Commonwealth Tax Code?
It's certainly a driver of inequality, but there are other issues. I think generally the way capital income and capital is treated under our tax system is the main issue, and that's what drives leads to economic inequality. So it's both the capital gains tax discount as well as, you know, our lack of effective wealth taxation as well.
You've referred to the amount of the benefit of the CGT discount that goes to the top 10% and the top 1%. We've heard, I've put that to a few people both today and in other fora, and one of the responses to that is, well, of course it's like that because as soon as someone realises an asset or sells an asset, then they jump up, their income goes up, so they jump up into the top 1%. I've no doubt that there's an element of truth in that, by the way, but have you got any knowledge of whether even if you remove that sort of lumpy effect, does the value of the CGT discount still flow predominantly to high income or high wealth people?
I think the majority of the kind of high wealth, high individual income earners hold the majority of capital. We have problems with measuring the portion of assets held by high wealth individuals and high income earners, in part because we exclude capital gains from the measurement of that. But given that most wealth accumulates to the top kind of 10 and 1%, then it makes sense that the discount affects that cohort.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You've gone to a little bit of detail on trusts in your submission, and on behalf of the committee, thanks for that focus. So trusts, in general terms, can be used to further reduce tax from an already very generous capital gains tax. discount, how could we restrict the use of trusts being a vehicle for tax minimisation by those who've got the financial means to take advantage of them?
So that is opening a big can of worms, which we could have a whole new hearing on. And there are a number of different models, such as taxing trust-like companies, which the Howard government had intended to do when introducing these reforms, but which backed away from. I guess the point that I'd make in terms of trusts is that we need to look at the taxation of trusts because effectively. The issue when we look at trusts is not so much the CGT discount. That provides an incentive, provides an incentive in terms of the value of the discount to engage in tax minimisation. But the ability to engage in tax minimisation is through the vehicle of the trust. And so, for example, what might happen at the trust level is the trust might sell a property, distribute the benefits to its beneficiaries, and they have to distribute the profits to the beneficiaries in order for the beneficiaries to access the capital gains tax discount. But then you can kind of stream you kind of allocate the profits or the income to beneficiaries who might be below the tax threshold, who might have access to the capital gains discount and other discounts, and so you can stack discounts upon discounts, and it's really an effective minimisation vehicle. So the quantum of the discount matters to that, but what we also need to have a look at is the rules around trust, which essentially lets those who have access to tax planning choose their effective tax rate when we have people on labour incomes who just have to pay the statutory rate as their effective tax rate.
In your opening remarks, and please correct me if I've got any of this wrong, I think you said that a person who's not working, who flips an investment property after 12 months, pays an effective tax rate of 5.8%. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume that, well, if that person, I guess what I'm asking you, what would the effective tax rate for that person be if the capital gain was claimed by a trust? And I mean, I get that trusts can be structured in different ways, but if that capital gain were claimed by a trust and, for example, distributed to a partner and 2 adult children who don't work, what would that, I mean, if you want to take that on notice, feel free, but what would that effective tax rate?
I could take the exact mechanics on notice, but let's just say you had a number of you could distribute it across a number of beneficiaries, then you could essentially reduce it down to zero, I would think, if they're under the income tax free threshold. But I can take that one on notice and look into it.
Thanks. That's very generous of you. And what I might do is put a couple of written, if you're open to this, just put a couple of written examples to you and ask to provide a response to the committee.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very much appreciated. And final question from me, although I do have others, and if there's time, I'll come back and ask a couple more at the end. But when you say your view is that all income I think every buck should be taxed the same, might have been the words you used. Just to be clear, you're not just talking about all savings and investment income. You're also including in that income that people earn by going to work every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So from your point of view, whether it's interest on a savings account, whether it's a realised capital gain, or whether it's income generated by going to work, it should all be taxed at the same rate and in the same way.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
And I would say that should be our starting point. And when we come to tax concessions, there might be various kind of arguments you can come up to justify it, but our starting point should be what we call a benchmark kind of economic income, that any gain should be taxable.
All right.
Because it increases the economic resources of an individual over a period of time.
Thanks, Dr. James. Senator Dowler.
Thank you, Chair. I think if I heard Dr. James correctly, it was even further than what you just stated. It was also unrealised gains is where you're going. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I think under a pure model you would tax unrealised gains, so you'd tax on an accruals basis.
Yeah. How would you deal with all the, I mean, we've had a very public debate about this over recent years, and how would you deal with all those sort of case studies about people making sort of paper profits that don't really reflect their wealth, or something has gone up in price but it doesn't actually reflect their circumstances, and they'd have to sell part of a company or something to actually fund that tax liability?
Yeah, so I think they're all real kind of valid objections to taxing on an accruals basis, all of which have kind of policy answers to them of some level. And so we've obviously kind of developed an approach under the taxation of financial arrangement rules. So there are options to deal with liquidity. You can kind of spread and average gains and losses over time. But yeah, that's the one of the kind of standard objections to standard taxing on an accruals basis. But I think a lot of the academic literature is looking towards this because it obviously prevents a lot of tax planning because you don't have the leveraging, you don't have the incentive to bring forward debt and the incentive to delay realisation of a gain. And so in a kind of policy pure world, that's what we're looking at. And Treasury came up with a model under the Division 296 reforms, which could have worked. Obviously, there are political reasons why it might want to pursue it, but it can be done. And I think increasingly this is where the policy literature will look.
And when we talk about tax concessions, I guess when you have a progressive tax income system, any concession will inevitably always be concentrated towards the top end, would it not? Just because of the nature that people that pay more tax will get a greater concession.
Not necessarily. So if the concession reflects your ability to deduct, then it's going to match your marginal rate. Whereas if it's a concession in the form of a credit, that's just a tax credit that's payable, then that doesn't necessarily accrue to the higher income cohort.
Okay, I see. So you're not opposed to a deduction for gains per se. It's just that the level. What should count as a gain, whether it's real or unrealised, and what. But the level you're saying at the moment is probably too generous. It should be at a level that reflects only capturing nominal, taking out inflationary gains, or where would you land on that?
Yeah, look, I'd say that's probably a second or third best option for me. I still think a gain which increases your economic resources is a gain that should be taxed, just as if you earned it through labour or if you earned it through selling an asset. As a second best option, if we are going to, unlike labour income, if we are going to provide some concession, then yeah, I think that it should do no more than compensate for the value of inflation and perhaps address that issue of averaging. Although anecdotally on the averaging point, which was available under the previous system, I think most of the taxpayers realising capital gains were kind of already in that top kind of marginal rate in any event. And so you might have that one-off where, someone who's usually on a lower marginal rate might realise a gain and it might bump them into a higher threshold. But I think generally speaking, we're talking about people who are already in the top threshold. And averaging offers you a way of doing it. You've also got to think, that was 25 years ago. The advances with single-touch payroll, the ATO can very easily look over the course of holding an asset. It's just a matter of, computing inflation is simple. You can already do it on the ATO website using their calculator. And then you could look at actual average tax rates paid over the period and apply it retrospectively too. So there are a bunch of ways you can kind of allow for that, not wanting to capture too much of the gain, including inflation and that bunching point that you've raised.
Yeah, I did ask Alan Kohler the same question this morning, which was, and I think you just touched on it, when indexation was removed, it was part of the argument was this simplicity argument, and now I think, would you agree that with the changes in technology, single touch payroll, all those sort of automation, that it's a lot easier probably to administer that sort of system now than it would have been in the past?
Yeah, well, his response was a good one because it was like you needed a calculator then and you could do it now, because it's literally right. You've just kind of got to put in the CPI when you got the asset and the CPI when you realised it, and the calculator will do it for you. And so what we do have now is better record keeping, which might show you your effective rates over those years, so it might help with the averaging point. But yeah, the CPI point has never been particularly hard to address, and so that complexity argument is one that it baffles me somewhat. It doesn't seem too complex.
So yeah, I'm not sure if you've gone back into and reviewed that period of time whether there was a lot of people complaining that, or tax accountants saying it was too hard to administer because it was so complex.
Yeah, I don't think the complexity arises from indexation. There was certainly some tax planning around the averaging, so but which kind of that lock-in effect of just trying to wait till your income year, you might into retirement and then wait to kind of realise the asset then. But yeah, in terms of indexing for inflation, I can't see that as very complicated at all.
No, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Whittaker.
Yeah, just a couple of questions from me. Thank you for your time today and for the submission. You talk a little bit in your submission about the impact of these kinds of investment incentives on house and land prices. I wonder if you could just talk in a bit more detail about that.
Yeah, sure. I think there I'm kind of drawing on the work of other submissions here, particularly ACOS. And I think it's been referenced comprehensively today how house prices have outpaced average incomes over that period. I guess if I might just put my tax policy purist hat on, which is that, when we provide a discount on certain classes of asset, then that creates an incentive to shift investment into those asset classes. And I think for reasons which Alan Kohler detailed quite well this morning, we saw that where all the investment was channeled was into residential property in particular, and with the corresponding adverse impact on housing affordability and rents.
And do you have a view on the distributional impact of those arrangements?
Yeah, well, I think that's what I was trying to get to with my last comment, which is, how if you flipped it around, and so when we look at tax concessions, one way of approaching it is to say, well, what are we trying to achieve here? What's the policy goal we're trying to achieve? And what if we just actually spent money on that instead, to match the revenue foregone? And so, would we spend $25 billion paying the top 10% to, increase their asset portfolios at the expense of low to average income earners? I mean, it's just, from a policy point of view, it's impossible to justify from an equity and justice perspective.
One of the things that we've talked a bit to today with previous witnesses is the intergenerational impact that this can have. Can you share your views on that?
Yeah, and I think that's a real issue here. So it's we heard from Think Forward and the kind of references to the Bank of Mum and Dad about that being the main way that people could get onto the property market in the first place. But there's obviously also an intragenerational kind of class issue if you don't have access to the Bank of Mum and Dad. We don't have wealth transfer taxes in Australia. We don't have an effective way of capturing intergenerational transmission of wealth. And if we're going to move more lightly and tax capital income more lightly, then that means at some point that wealth can just keep accumulating and accumulating, particularly within families, particularly who employ trust structures where you can just keep deferring a capital gains tax event across generations. And so we need to seriously consider what we do about the taxation of wealth if we're going to continue to tax capital income more lightly.
Can you talk a bit more about some of the ways that the capital gains tax arrangements interact with other parts of the tax system?
So I think I mentioned it in relation to trusts. One issue in terms of superannuation, so there's been a little bit of reference to superannuation funds today. I mean, superannuation, I think, would put in another category of something that just needs to be looked at in terms of reform, in terms of its tax treatment, because it's kind of like a government-mandated, kind of tax-effective investment vehicle. But basically, you can sell a property within a self-managed superannuation fund, receive the 33% discount, and then on top of that, pay an already reduced superannuation tax rate. Or if you can manage to sell it within the pension phase of the fund, you can pay no tax at all. And so, as I said, the issues aren't necessarily with the discount sometimes, it's just with the other rules that, again, form these ways that, people who have access to the tax planning can just shelter their capital and their capital income from taxation in a way that labour earners, income earners can't. I also made reference to companies in my submission. So companies can't receive the capital gains tax, or don't receive the capital gains tax discount. But I think this point is an important one to make because it goes to the issue of whether or not you just limit the discount to one class of asset. Because I would push back against doing that because I guess I'm a lawyer by background, but lawyers find all sorts of ways of kind of changing things so that it looks a certain way for tax consequences, right? And so with a company mightn't be able to receive the discount, but rather than sell the property, a company might sell a property, retain the profit, so defer taxation, and then sell shares instead, receive the capital gains tax discount on the sale of shares and achieve an effective tax outcome that way. So there's a bunch of ways that people that get paid much more than I do can use that discount with a whole bunch of other aspects of our tax laws, which provide for different tax preferences here and there. And that's why I come back to that basic principle. If we just apply an economic benchmark approach to income, then that's one of the ways we can minimise these tax planning opportunities, because it basically just lets people recharacterise income in a certain tax preferred way through various vehicles that are available to them.
Just a final question from me. How do our tax arrangements for capital gains compare to other similar countries?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you for it. I think I made a reference in my opening submission that all OECD countries, pretty much from the early 1980s onwards, have moved towards some kind of explicitly preferential model of taxing capital gains. I think where we really we have an exceptionally generous discount, and I think where we really fall down in Australia is with our failure to tax wealth effectively compared to comparable countries. But the point I would make is that in all these countries, they're dealing with a real economic and political crisis around inequality. And we're seeing this not just in the US, we're seeing this in Scandinavian countries because they've done the same thing with moving to a dual income tax, and you can see across all those countries that the share of the top 10 and 1% of income earners is increasing at a much faster rate than the rest of the population. And so we've had this kind of real consensus within tax policy, informed by a particular kind of economic kind of way of thinking about how we should design our tax laws. And I think we're at the point where the pendulum has to start swinging back the other way.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Towards what? The pendulum.
I think, like putting my own policy preference, I think towards taxing capital income and labour income more evenly. Because it can't be the case that the only people that pay tax progressively in our taxation system are labour earners. That just really undermines the progressivity of our system. And I would say that, it matters. The only time across most developed countries that we've seen economic growth increase and inequality decrease is across kind of the golden age of the welfare state on the back of a broadly based progressive income tax. And since the 1970s, we've kind of unwound that, and we've seen inequality grow ever since across all kind of like countries, kind of developed countries.
All right, thanks. The CGT obviously for many people works together to a degree with negative gearing. Can you just talk us through how that interrelationship works and whether the nexus between the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing makes housing investment such a kind of lucrative strategy from a tax minimisation point of view?
Yeah, so if we think of the fundamentals of tax planning, which is to bring forward your losses and to defer your gains and hopefully minimise your gains, then the interaction of the two is perfect because you're able to claim your rent. I'll just think of a residential investment property as our standard example. You can claim your rental losses against any source of income, so it's particularly lucrative for high income earners who are already above, at the top income threshold. So you bring forward your expenses and then you can defer your realised gain, which itself yields compounding economic benefits. Just the ability to defer taxation until you realise a gain provides enormous benefits. And then on top of that, we say we're going to halve the gain and then apply your marginal rate. And we've heard reference today to how people might wait until they're in retirement phase when they can realise the gain when they're in a lower income threshold. And so it's a perfect tax planning combination.
So if, what could Parliament do to deal with that issue and that nexus between the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing?
So there's a few things. Tax on accruals basis, but in a policy pure world, I'll just start from there. You can limit your investment property losses to only the income that the investment property makes rather than all sources of income. And you could use another model for, if we accept that we want to provide some kind of concession for inflation and averaging, then use a kind of less overtly generous model than the 50% discount, either through indexation or averaging. I'd say they're the main options.
All right, thanks. If this is outside your area of expertise, please let me know. But have you got a view on whether, abolishing the CGT discount, or even to use your preferred model to tax all income in the same way, would that increase levels of home ownership for owner-occupiers and decrease the levels of the housing stock owned by property investors?
So I would definitely say it's outside my area of expertise. Although I just reflect on the following, which is that the situation couldn't get much worse than it's already at. And I think we've already heard reference today about the importance of funding public housing, for example. How that just was absolutely decimated across kind of 70s and 80s. So I think something like 2 or 3% of GDP. Restoring the revenue integrity of our tax system helps spend money on those kind of basic goods, housing, health, education.
Thank you. In your submission, you said that the 50% CGT discount undermines progressivity and redistribution, and then you've said at best it has questionable economic benefits and at worst negative economic consequences. If you were to take the sort of the at worst scenario there, what are the negative economic consequences of the capital gains tax discount?
So I think they're the ones we've referred to, which is housing prices, rental unaffordability, and the fact that all that's been subsidised through a tax concession where the benefits go to the top 10 and 1% of income earners. That's what I'm referring to.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And you referred to the topic of my next question a little bit in your opening statement, and it was around the original rationale, and it's in your submission as well, the original rationale of the CGT discount. And just to be clear, it's your contention that basically that rationale has completely failed to be met by the policy, is that right?
Yeah, by the original rationale, I distinguished between the kind of theoretical rationale for the discount, which is to compensate for indexation and that bunching problem, the averaging issue, and then the actual rationale for those Ralph Review-inspired reforms, which was to provide an investment incentive into kind of productive assets. And I think the literature shows, I think Chris Evans refers to this in his submission, that it just didn't achieve that effect. Instead, we had investment flow into residential real property with negative economic consequences, so that in terms of it's failed its kind of purported theoretical rationale and its stated rationale.
Yes, that's rather abject. You've also described it as ill thought out. Is that sort of in the same ballpark as you've just taken us through?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems, anecdotally, I hear it was kind of thrown in at the last minute. So I don't know, I haven't looked into that myself, but it does, I think Alan Kohler referred to the fact that, you had this, it was a business tax review that then made this suggestion on providing a capital gains discount to individuals and trusts but not companies. I think he referred to the rationale as being, to help kind of have some secondary kind of investment incentives. But yeah, it seemed a bit out of left field in terms of the scope of that review, without me having done the work, going to dig around and look at the papers from the day.
The economic orthodoxy that investments should be taxed lighter than income gained a lot of traction at a time when policymakers were trying to boost national savings, amongst other priorities. Have times changed a bit in regards to that, and should that orthodoxy change too?
I think so, yeah. To the extent that that orthodoxy has ever been accepted, I think that increasingly it's challenged today within the economics literature, and particularly in light of growing inequality. And so, you know, the kind of underlying theory is something called optimal tax theory, where kind of depending on the assumptions that you plug into your model about taxpayer behaviour, you can come up with wildly different policy prescriptions, from taxing capital incomes at a kind of zero rate to taxing capital income at high progressive rates. And there's a bunch of economists who are pushing back against that orthodoxy in producing modelling to show that we should retain progressive taxation on capital income. But I'd also just point out that this is all occurring at an economic level, and so we'll hear a lot of economists talking about assumptions around behaviour. But we also should remember that, you know, you're politicians, I'm a lawyer. We can change behaviour. We can cut off loopholes. We can act in a way that prevents people minimising their tax and shoring up the tax system, the integrity of the tax system, in a way that means, you know, as I think the policy goal we should try to reach is that we should tax people's economic income. Taxable income should match people's economic income as much as possible. That's the fairest way to do it. And we're not powerless against that. Yes, capital income might be mobile, but we're not powerless to stop it. And there are various ways, there are various kind of levers that we have available to us as policymakers to do that.
Thanks. And just finally, from me, I was intrigued by your comments about some of the Nordic countries, and particularly in terms of inequality. Is it your contention that it's the dual income tax system that is driving that, or are there other factors?
I think it's the dual income tax. It's also, there's just been a general move away from wealth taxation. So Denmark had probably a world-leading annual wealth tax, which it abolished for political reasons. They've also moved away from inheritance taxes as well. I think it's because it's the same kind of economic logic. But leaving aside the political controversy of taxing intergenerational transfers of wealth, from an economic argument, it's extremely efficient and it's very fair. Yet most countries have moved away from it. And so I think it's not just a matter of the dual income tax taxing capital income more favourably, it's also a matter of a movement away from wealth taxation within those countries.
Thanks very much, Dr. James, and on behalf of the Committee and the Senate, thank you very much for your submission and for your evidence today. If you are intending to respond to any further communications from the Committee, we just require your response by close of business on Thursday, the 5th of March. So thanks again for your attendance.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I now invite representatives from Oxfam Australia and the Tax Justice Network Australia. Good afternoon, folks. Thanks for coming in. I welcome representatives from Oxfam Australia and the Tax Justice Network Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Mark Cernzak, spokesperson, Tax Justice Network Australia.
Thanks, Dr. Cernzak.
Josie Lee, Policy and Advocacy Lead at Oxfam Australia.
Thanks, Ms. Lee.
Rod Goodbun, Executive Lead Public Engagement, Oxfam Australia.
Thanks, Mr Goodbun. I now invite any or all of you to make a brief opening statement if you wish.
I'll open it very briefly. As per our submission, we are concerned about the capital gains tax discount impact on financial inequality, and we would point out the growing concern globally and domestically about the way financial inequality plays into our political system. Our political system means that those with greater wealth have greater say within our society, so growing income inequality, wealth inequality drive also political inequality, which eats away at our social cohesion as well. So there are broader impacts by not addressing this growing financial and wealth inequality. We would be in agreement with the other witnesses you heard today that argue that income should, by principle, should be taxed at the same rate regardless of the source of that income. So income on investment should be taxed at the same rate as income on labour. And finally, within this space, we don't believe the capital gains tax discount has a distortionary impact on housing, and the government would be much better off investing that funding into public housing or other forms of housing that actually would deliver for the housing needs of Australia.
Just to be clear, you said it did have a distortionary.
It does have a distortionary impact. And I wanted to also stress the evidence from E61's analysis that we cite that points out the broader distortionary impacts of the capital gains tax discount on the economy and on people's behaviour.
Thanks, Dr. Cernzak. Oxfam.
Thank you. I'll make some remarks, and Josie will also make some preliminary remarks. So Oxfam Australia is dedicated to eradicating poverty and addressing inequality. Our concern is with growing inequality, the concentration of extreme wealth among a few, the role that tax breaks like capital gains tax plays in that, and the impact that that has on everyday people in our communities. Our research, Oxfam research, has found that the richest 0.1% of Australian households have 189 times more wealth than households in the bottom 50%. The more wealth that you have, the faster you can grow even more wealth. Billionaire wealth is soaring. The number of Australian billionaires more than doubled over the past decade. And this didn't happen by accident. It was a policy choice. Since the late 1970s, successive Australian governments have lowered taxes on high-income earners, abolished wealth taxes, and introduced a range of tax discounts and concessions that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest. This matters because it means that wealthy people are out competing everyday Australians for investment opportunities like housing, which are basic fundamental requirements for those average Australians. It means that basic requirements like housing are becoming out of reach for younger generations. It means that tax breaks for the super rich take billions in revenues away from essential services and supports. And when governments fail to provide quality services for the general population, we have a crisis in service delivery, we have a crisis in trust, and that can lead to a crisis in our democracy.
Yeah, looking at the capital gains discount in particular, we did some research last year focusing in not just on the benefits to the top 10%, which have been ventilated by the ATO, but really focusing in on the highest income earners. And what we found in 2022-23, which is the latest year that data is available for, that 50% of the discount went to just 0.15% of the population, some 24,000 people who earned over $1 million that year. And the average benefit to those people was around $271,000. We think that that's it's way too large. It's driving the inequality crisis. It's one of the biggest tax discounts we have in our society, and it's one that we need to bring to an end if we're going to address this growing inequality crisis we have in Australia.
All right, thanks all for your opening statements. I've got some questions which I'll just proffer to both organisations to start with. Firstly, what has been the impact of the 50% capital gains tax discount on housing affordability in Australia? And I guess as a corollary to that, levels of home ownership, as in parts of the housing stock owned by owner-occupiers versus the percentage of the stock owned by property speculators or property investors? Happy for either to start.
Could start.
Leslie.
Some recent research by ACOS indicated that investors are outcompeting first home buyers at auctions 2-to-1. So we know that they are actually having a material impact on the ability for first home buyers to compete in the market. Modelling by ACOS also shows that this increase, that by removing the capital gains tax discount or reducing it significantly would actually increase affordability of housing by around 1 to 4%, and that's not insignificant. That's on the scale of the government's current investments in new affordable housing. So it would have a profound impact in allowing more people to move out of the rental market and into the housing market for new home buyers, and that would be really significant if we were to eliminate discount. And it's really part of a bigger picture, more broadly, I would say, where people who are able to take advantage of these tax discounts are predominantly the most wealthy in society, the top 10%. We know that the top 10% of individuals get 83% of the capital gains tax discount. So they have more money to invest, and it's part of this growing cycle of inequality where it's harder for everyday workers to have a fair go. They're taxed paycheck by paycheck on what they earn, whereas those who have investments, they're able to hoard that kind of wealth until they make the sale, the capital gain, and then when they do make that sale, they're getting half a discount on that windfall, but they are able, in the meantime, while they hold these assets, to borrow off them and further accumulate wealth. So we've got a situation where the government's really incentivising this wealth accumulation by people who already have wealth, and it's not really giving everyday workers a fair go, and certainly really impacting on that housing issue and the ability of people to get their first home.
Dr. Sensek.
Look, I would point to, and I think Catherine James also pointed to this, the increasing since 2001, we've seen the median house price has increased from 4.4 to 8.6 times the median income. So clearly that is distorting the housing market towards wealthy people, and capital gains tax discount is helping to feed that. The other anecdotal thing, swapping hats for a moment, so my paid role is with the Uniting Church. We do a lot of work with farm workers. We don't see, if this was a housing provision policy or to drive housing where it's needed, we don't see that in rural areas. So a lot of the farm workers we see, there's a real shortage of housing. There isn't housing stock, and just last week I had one of our community people ring me up. The local hotel in their town has just been bought out by a new owner who's decided to double the rent overnight, and there is no other housing for these workers in that town. We're not seeing a policy that's driving new housing in places where it's really needed.
Just a further point on that, I was just going to say that home prices have increased like 3 times since the capital gains tax discount's been introduced. So that, combined with negative gearing, and we can't leave negative gearing out of this story because it's been a huge contributing factor. It's really driven the speculation and investment in housing in particular, which has been part of why we've got such a housing crisis today.
Yeah. And Oxfam has certainly been focusing significantly recently on wealth inequality, certainly in Australia. Could you just talk us through how you think the capital gains tax discount has impacted on wealth inequality and social mobility and economic mobility in our society?
I've got a copy of a report here, because we've got a couple of graphs in it that I think are very illustrative of the report. We submitted them in advance.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, we've only got a couple of copies.
Oh, the Secretariat is, of course.
But I've just earmarked just pages 4 and 5. There's a couple of graphs here that I think are quite interesting about the story of inequality in Australia, and also the link to the capital gains tax discount.
If you want to just...
yeah, I'll head back.
Yeah, thanks. Well, just while you're making your way back to your seat, Ms. Lee, we might. Are you happy to table our report
Yes,
so it becomes part of
absolutely.
your submission? So we'll accept that as tabled. And would you like to speak to those pages?
Yeah, so just to delve into your point about the growing inequality, you can see in the graph on page 4, I think it is, that the wealth concentration has really been concentrated at the very top of the income spectrum. So our research looking at ABS income and wealth data shows that wealth in the top 0.1% of households, representing about 10,000 households, just 10,000, has grown by about 77% over the 9 years that we were able to look at data that was consistent. This is 6 times faster than the bottom 50% of households. And you can see it's even 3 times faster than the top 10% of households. So what we're really seeing is there is a real concentration happening, not just in the top 10%, but in the real top 1%, 0.1%. And moving to capital gains, I guess the connection is when you look at the following page, page 5, and the capital gains tax discount graph, it goes to the point I made just before about how profound the discount is to people in the highest incomes. And it's showing the different benefits to people on different incomes. And what we did in the report was really, we didn't just look at the top 10%, we really delved into those highest income brackets, and it shows that the majority of those benefits are really going to people who earned over $1 million. That's more than most people will be able to accumulate in their lifetime, $1 million. And this is a windfall profit gain, or for some people might be part of their broader high income. And it just shows that they're getting about, in total, that benefit equates to just $6.6 billion in tax discounts going to just 24,000 households. So we're seeing that the government's giving billions of dollars to multimillionaires through the capital gains tax discount, and it's really not something we can justify in the current economic climate where most people are struggling with the cost of living, and certainly in a situation where we've got budget deficits and a growing inequality problem in Australia.
Do you have that figure, as in the capital gains, the value of the capital gains tax discount going to folks on over $1 million? Do you have that as a percentage of the total capital gains tax discount?
50%.
So 50% of the benefit or the value of the CGT discount goes to people on over $1 million.
Over $1 million.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I guess this is a question primarily to you, Dr. Cernczak, but if Oxfam want to jump in, feel free. Opponents of change, or I guess proponents of the status quo in regards to CGT, often run a line that if you abolish or rein in the CGT discount, rents will climb. I mean, leaving aside the irony of property speculators, crying crocodile tears for renters, have you got a view on what the impact would be of the CGT discount, of changes to the CGT discount on rents in Australia?
A couple of points to make there. Firstly, it would depend on what you decide to do with the revenue that's obtained by either getting rid of the discount or paring it back. If you chose to invest that in public housing or other forms of government housing, then clearly you would increase supply, and that would counteract the arguments about rent in that space. I'm also quite frustrated. This is a fairly standard playbook where the argument is that low-income people benefit most when money's given away to high-income people, and that just doesn't, make a lot of sense. In that, if you really want to help people at the bottom who might be struggling, renters, the way to do that is actually to target the benefit directly at them. You heard earlier the evidence given by the Think Forward group. I mean, the person there who talked about her inability to actually escape that rental situation and get into being a homeowner because of that. So it's sort of the distortionary notion that the capital gains tax discount is having on incentivising people to buy existing properties, and this is probably the other point to make. Our understanding from the analysis of others is that 7 out of 8 properties that are bought with the capital gains discount are existing properties, so it doesn't stimulate a lot of new housing growth as well. So the arguments about rent impact, I think, are exaggerated through looking at that. But as I said, the mitigating factor in this would be to use the extra tax revenue gained to actually address housing supply directly by government intervention.
And thereby reducing demand in the rental market and therefore putting downward pressure on rents.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Oxfam, did you have any thoughts that you wanted to
Well,
offer?
just to say that extreme wealth has its own kind of logic in that the asset, the capital, needs to go somewhere, and by making an investment class attractive, like housing, it will naturally draw that wealth into investment in that class and claim that class, and that's where the competition with people, everyday people who are looking to just buy their own home, one home for them and their families to live in, that's where that competition occurs. And of course, having extreme wealth will always mean that you outcompete those people who are looking to move from renting into home ownership.
Thank you. Senator Dowling.
Thanks, Chair. Just back to figure 2 in your submission here. Is it not possible, though, that it's over, I think, what was it, the 50% to people over $1 million, but is it possible a big chunk of that, and we've canvassed this a little bit earlier in the day, that some of those people aren't actually regularly earning over $1 million, they only did in that 1 year because they realised a big gain, and they might have been on average income for most of their life, but all their investment was tied up in one investment, which then they realised the gain, put them up into $1 million, and then they're back on a very average income again. So how would we, because I feel it's possible we're bunching everybody just into that phenomenon, they're all multi-millionaires, but some of these people might be in that other circumstance.
I think you're absolutely right. That's what's happening. But let's just break it down for a moment. These are investment properties, so people already own their own home, so they probably already own a multi-million-dollar home. If they can afford to have an investment property as well, because that's what...
It could have been shares or something too, though, right? Could have been any asset
It could have been shares, but we know that the vast majority of capital gains are coming from housing at the moment, 2/3 in fact. But just looking at that, for example, if it was an investment property that they were selling, they've made over $1 million in profit on that. It's not the total value of the property. So they have made a significant profit on that. And that would put them in the top. Research shows that the people, the majority of the capital gains tax discount is going to people who are in the top 10% of income or wealth owners. So it is those discounts. We're not talking about getting rid of their ability to invest and create wealth. What we're saying is a discount that's disproportionately benefiting people who are in the top 10% or the highest income brackets. They shouldn't be getting a discount compared to everyday workers. They should be paying the same tax rate as everyday workers on any income that they get. And it's not fair for someone who's, just because they've been able to put their money in investments, that they should get somehow a cheaper return on that. They should be taxed at the same rate as workers. That's what we're saying.
Can I add to that?
Can I just ask another clarifying piece, and then we'll go. I'm happy to take your comment as well. I guess one argument, though, is that people accumulate this gain over a long period of time, and a lot of that period of time they were probably in a much lower tax bracket, and I think that was some of the evidence we heard earlier. That we don't tax it along the way, though. We only do it at one point in time. So that point in time, yes, they've made potentially over $1 million, but in other years they were in a very low tax bracket. So.
But that has nothing, whatever tax bracket they were at, that has nothing to do with this windfall profit that they've made when they've sold this asset. And yes, people might argue that you need to take into account inflation, and so some kind of discount should remain to take that into account. But on all other grounds, it should be a fair and equal playing field with workers in terms of the tax rate applied.
Thanks, Mr.
I was just going to add to, what you're exploring here is income distribution versus wealth distribution, and the work on wealth distribution is far less prevalent. But I would point you to the work by Professor Miranda Stewart. So she did a study recently on wealth distribution, which was published. What it showed was there is a growing inequality gap. For those at the top end, most of that growth in wealth inequality, or the wealth they're accumulating, is through property. It is through property ownership that wealth is accumulating. At the middle were sort of the least, like they were had the least growth in wealth, and then at the bottom there was sort of some wealth growth, although it's distorted by the fact that actually what's happening is they're getting some more money in savings, but that's then offset through the superannuation system. So there's kind of a distortion in that research. But that research is really worth looking at in terms of that wealth distribution and the way it's very centred around property ownership being a key part of what's driving our wealth inequality in Australia.
I'll just ask it, this might be related to your follow-up as well. I think obviously you both cast this wealth inequality sort of being the number one issue here, and I'm just wondering to what extent the capital gains discount is the main issue or a significant issue in that space, even back to your first figure in the chart where it shows how much wealth sits with a very small group of people. Typically that group of people don't actually realise capital gains very often. They try to avoid realising it at all, and typically will borrow against their wealth, and so they don't actually fall into this at all, and even changing the discount wouldn't affect them very much because largely they just borrow against an asset and generate their income needs that way. So that, again, I'm just trying to understand to what extent would changing the capital gains tax discount really drive at targeting the problem that you're raising?
In relation to billionaires and people with sort of that extreme amount of wealth, I think you're right. They don't often realise their capital gains. They just keep on accumulating more wealth and investment and borrowing and reinvesting. And that's why in our report we've also advocated that we need wealth taxes and that Australia is failing to tax wealth on many, many levels. We don't have really any wealth taxes in Australia, unlike some other OECD countries that have some, or a few other countries are now entertaining reintroduction of wealth taxes, such as France. But I think it's still quite profound, the capital gains tax discount. Because it is, around, it fluctuates year to year, but it's costing the government budget around $20 billion per annum, and that is a significant amount of revenue to be foregoing for something that is only deepening inequality, because we know it, 83% goes to the top 10% of income earners and 50% goes to just 0.1% of income earners. Even if it is a windfall gain, it's still an inequitable discount, and we shouldn't have inequitable discounts in our system. We should have a fair system, and it's just one of the larger discounts in our system. Super, there's problems. Trusts, they're so obscure, we don't even really know how much is going through trusts, and that's a big problem. But it's in the two sides of the equation, failing to tax wealth and providing discounts that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest. This is one of the big fish in the pond at the moment, and it's a really important one to address. If we're trying to create a fair go for everyday Australians in a fairer society.
And do you think it's an issue just in property or across all asset classes?
All asset classes. It's critically important this is applied across the board in a uniform way, because the figures I have are averages in terms of the $271,000 discount benefit, but it could be much larger. For stocks, it could be much larger. These are just average figures, and I think if we don't have uniformity in this, investors will just shift to where they can get profits. They'll shift into speculative investment in stocks and other things if they're not in housing, and it's going to distort the market and cause other problems. It's really important this is uniform across the board, rural and consistent.
Sorry, in terms of adding to that, I do think the capital gains tax discount, like you're correct to say, it is not the only thing driving wealth inequality within Australia, but it is a significant impact. That 83% of it goes to the top 10% of income earners suggests it's a fundamental inequality. The fact we are talking roughly $25 billion a year, by comparison, Victoria has there's a large housing project at the moment, the Big Build project. That's a $6.3 billion project over multiple years. So it gives you much a sense of, $25 billion a year being used to invest into housing to meet the needs of ordinary Australians, and particularly those doing it tough, would be quite a significant investment from government.
I know the tax expenditure statement talks about 25 billion, but I guess in reality, there's no way you'd actually capture that amount of money, even if you got rid of it hypothetically in its entirety, because people would change their behaviour accordingly.
Perhaps. But, I mean, there's always that fudge factor we never quite know. And yes, there might be some factoring inflation and the like. But even if we were to realise half of that, $10 billion, I think that's still a significant proportion of money that's better spent on public housing and social housing. I think ECOS research showed that double the amount is being spent on the capital gains tax discount for investors as is being spent on social housing tenants in Australia. So we've got our investments wrong. Government should be investing in public services and taking care of everyday people, not taking care of the wealthy elite. And so, we need to shift the priority there and shift the focus of that money.
Thank you.
Thanks. You good, Senator Whittaker? Yeah. A couple of final questions from me. I was intrigued that both of your submissions mentioned that the CGT discount effectively provides property investors with an interest-free loan, whereas workers have to basically pay their tax in real time. It's a very fair point that you make. Are there any policy levers that you could suggest that would just deal with that particular issue, acknowledging that you've both got broader positions on the CGT discount itself, like, for example, a dual income tax structure or perhaps a reduction in the discount over time? Would either of those suggestions meet with your acceptance?
I think, as our submission sort of suggested, that recognising how difficult it will be, regardless of what happens in this committee, there's going to be huge pushback from those who benefit. And as I've already raised, the whole notion of political inequality means those with wealth are able to fight a lot harder when they're defending benefits and privileges they already have. So regardless of what happens in this committee, outside of this committee, and we're already seeing this in certain media outlets, a pretty strong pushback campaign. So from that perspective, even getting some movement in this space would be very welcome as a starting point, and proving that these kind of tax policies can actually be handled, rather a defeat. Like, I'm not of the view that, well, it has to be this or nothing, you have to get rid of it altogether or nothing, because that is going to lead to a notion that we will never be able to move in these kind of policy areas. So yes, certainly, and I think there was also some, I have noticed that some of the other submissions rightly, I think, argued that if you did it all in one, you did it like a cliff and you got rid of it immediately, potentially the shock of that might have unintended impacts and might cause, particularly for renters, there might be a spike then in rents to make up for that. So you probably do want a more transition phased approach, which will also allow potentially government to adapt if there are unforeseen behavioural impacts out of that, to be able to manage those better.
Well, that was going to be my next question to both of you, unless Ms Lee or Mr Goodbunny wanted to respond to my previous question, in which case feel free. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you about transitional arrangements. Yeah. All right. Question is whether you would support any form of grandfathering of the arrangements, ultimately, or any other transitional arrangements. I mean, Ms Lee, you've been very clear that you wouldn't support, for example, changing the discount for housing, but not for other assets. So I think you've already answered that element of it. And would you submit that, in an ideal world, acknowledging the political realities that you just referred to, Dr Zenzak, would you remove the discount entirely, or would you go back to a sort of an inflation model, like the Keating model, I guess you could say? And if you do account for inflation, what does that look like? So just any thoughts you've got on that kind of detail?
I'll begin and you might carry on. I mean, I think the principle we operate from with our Oxfam advocacy is that income from investment should be taxed like income from work. There should be some sort of obvious equity that people can see. There's fairness in the system in that respect. And so how you might move towards that over time, I think, is a good conversation, and worth modelling to ensure that there's a manageable transition. Our goal would be to achieve the same kind of progressive taxation applied across income from work as income from investments. Yes, inflation is an issue. We have problems with bracket creep on the income side. We'd have problems on the asset side as well, and so we should devise measures that can address that.
Yeah, I mean, in relation to grandfathering, we certainly would not want to see that happen. I think that would lock in what has been a very unfair benefit to the highest income earners, so we wouldn't want to see that locked in. I think it's had its time, and so we want to see it phased out in an orderly way, so as not to have any shocks to the market, but within a few years, would be a reasonable time frame.
So step it down perhaps over a few years.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't looked at that in great detail, but proposals that you phase it down over 5 years or something seem quite reasonable in that regard. Sorry, there was a few elements to your question. Yeah, in terms of inflation versus the like, you can take a few schools of thought on this. I think there's been a proposal to sort of halve it and have a flat, consistent, predictable rate of perhaps 25%. There would be advantages of that because we know inflation can be quite unpredictable and wild at times, and it could lead to some speculation if you don't have a flat rate and it's based on inflation, of people trying to capitalise when there's been different rates of inflation at different times and things. So a flat rate could be a better way to go. But we're also open to the idea of real-time inflation modelling, which is much more doable than it was when that was eradicated because of AI now and technology improvements. So it wouldn't be overly burdensome on the ATO like it perhaps was in the olden days, if you like. But I think the wider issue is, could you scrap it all together and not factor in inflation? If you were to do that, it would become a sort of de facto wealth tax. Would that be a bad thing on investors in Australia? No, it wouldn't be, because at the end of the day, we are seeing a situation where people who have wealth have these advantages of being able to accumulate more wealth because of the way our system's designed. It's not just the capital gains discount, there's a range of other incentives and tax discounts in the system that are benefiting the investor class as opposed to people who get their income from wages. So if you were to scrap it all together, we would support that as well, because as I said, we have this inequality problem, and it's not going away without some bold moves.
Thank you. Dr. Sunzak.
Look, the only other thing we raised in our submission was whether there might be a realm to incentivise new housing, although the counter to that, and I did know some modelling just came out recently which suggested we're seeing distortion already in the building market, where builders are prioritising building high-end housing for wealthy people. So even if you incentivise new housing, it depends what kind of new housing gets built and whether you're still catering for the upper end of the wealth and income spectrum in Australia and actually not meeting the needs. And in that case, they're indicating, I think that research was, or that modelling was sort of suggesting that even people on $120,000 now struggle to find, new housing being built to meet their needs. So that sort of affordable category is becoming more important for the middle, as well as catering for people at the low end of the income spectrum as well.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that response, and thanks to all of you for coming along today and sharing the benefit of your expertise with the committee. On behalf of the committee and the Senate, we do thank you, and that does conclude today's hearing. Thanks to everyone who appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting and the Secretariat for their assistance, and the committee stands adjourned.